members.
My name is Taylor Cavan. I'm a fifth grade teacher at Williams Elementary and a member of Education Austin. I'm calling today to urge you to prioritize essential services during conversations about the budget crisis. Cuts to services harm students just as much as cuts to teaching positions. I ask for your continued commitment to ensuring our students have the resources they need to thrive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Rodriguez, and I'm an English teacher at Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders. I'd like to make a public comment in support of Austin ISD libraries and librarians and outline a few reasons why they should be funded and protected. First, our libraries promote literacy and reading culture in our schools. Every year, thousands of books circulate, which means thousands of stories are reaching thousands of our students, helping to build empathy and foster a culture for lifelong readers and learners. Secondly, librarians create and implement special programs to support student and community learning. Within our libraries, there are learning programs that exist to support struggling students, invite in community members, and create opportunities to extend learning beyond our classrooms. Lastly, libraries are our schools' centers for research frameworks. Not only do libraries house our favorite stories, but our librarians ensure that information is recorded and cataloged to preserve our knowledge and make sure it's accessible to anyone of all ages. This makes libraries the cornerstone of our inquiry and librarians integral to our schools'
Okay, thank you so much. So this concludes public comment. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Yes.
No clarification, but I guess to Mr. Morgan and Ed Austin, I really appreciate having this collection of letters and sort of testimonies that kind of supplement the public comment. This is really useful to us, so I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Thank you. And also, I know Trustee Kaufman is on Zoom, I believe. So, Trustee Kaufman, did you have any questions or clarifications? Okay, maybe not. All right. Anyone else? All right, cool. Thank you. So this concludes our public comment. As a reminder, please feel free to share any general comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Next up is the President's Report. So we want to remind the public that AISD currently has a runoff election for our at-large trustee position, which is open for all voters in Austin ISD. Trustee Lugo had decided not to run again, so it will be her position. While early voting has ended, our community can still vote this Saturday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Many AISD schools will be used for the election. You can find all the election sites on votetravis.gov. As part of the agreed order with the Texas Education Agency, the agreement requires that the board shall at the first board-authorized meeting each month publicly report by reading into the record, A, the percentage of time invested in student outcomes during the prior 3-month time period, and B, the total time spent in closed session during the prior month. So the 3-month average board meeting time spent on Lone Star governance, defined student outcomes, and special education monitoring was 69.1%, so good job. We have exceeded our target of 50%. For the last month, November, we were at 62.9%. The board spent 247 minutes in executive session in November. So our next item is part of our commitment to discuss student achievement. And we have a presentation on Scorecard Goal 4, which is Algebra Goal Progress Measure 4.1. And as you all may recall, this is a new item that we have on our scorecard. We're really excited about it. It was inspired by our belief that all students should have access to higher level math. It was informed a lot by E3 Alliance and their research. The discussion today is part of our commitment to discussing student outcomes. We do not have a time limit for our conversation. And before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. So does any trustee have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? Okay, great. And I also want to remind trustees, in your little packet here, you have a couple of documents that will really help. They're just reminders about our Lone Star governance approved questions. So there's this one, and then there's like this little folder with the famous purple sheet. So feel free to use that as you're thinking about your questions. All right, so since everyone agrees that the required elements are present, we will turn the floor over to Superintendent Segura for the presentation.
Thank you, President Singh and members of the board. The team and I will present on the scorecard Goal 4, Algebra Goal Progress Measure 4.1. I have joining me Dr. Susan Diaz, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Academics, Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools, and Danielle Perico, Director of Secondary STEM. And for our community and families at home, this is a point in which we're beginning to transition from our existing board monitoring reports, which are in presentation form, to a more of a report structure in the new year. And so one of the things that we'll be doing is incorporating an executive summary so that all of the information can be distilled down and shared efficiently with our school communities. And so what I'm going to do is just kind of do a quick overview and then hand it over to the team. And so Goal Progress Measure 4.1 is around accelerated mathematics for 6th grade students identified as economically disadvantaged. In Austin ISD, we believe that math instruction should be engaging, relevant, and student-centered because students learn better when empowered to explore concepts together. We place a strong emphasis on fostering a culture of student discourse. Students are encouraged to express and share their thinking, which helps them both develop and demonstrate their mathematical understanding. We are committed to the belief that all students can engage in rigorous mathematics curriculum and develop strong mathematical reasoning. This is why our accelerated maths pathways are not cemented for any one of our students. It used to be that students were tracked, meaning students did not have an opportunity to change pathways. But our math pathways are now built to have multiple entry points and opportunities for students and caregivers to choose the path that is right for them. And you'll see a graphic of that in the presentation to follow. Whatever pathway our students choose, our commitment is to provide a high-quality, rigorous curriculum that sets our students up for college, career, and life success. GPM 4.1 reads, the percent of 6th grade students identified as economically disadvantaged who enroll in accelerated mathematics and persist, that's an important point, and persist to course completion will increase from 21% in June of 2024 to 39% by June of 2029. Currently, there is not an on-track methodology recommended by the administration or approved by the board. This will be part of our work as we refine our board monitoring reports. However, the data this year is showing increasing trends, which is encouraging. This is especially true for the following student groups: African American, 2 or more white students, and students receiving special education. To sustain this growth, we know we need to increase alignment with math pathways starting in elementary grades, which is why you'll see elementary schools and some of the data that we have presented as a backup. The better we are aligned from elementary numeracy to middle school accelerated math, the better our students enter high school prepared for higher level math courses. While part of the data are encouraging, the data also show that there is a lot of work to do to close the gaps around enrollment in accelerated math courses for all of our student groups, particularly our economically disadvantaged students. Currently, 25% of our economically disadvantaged 6th grade students are enrolled in 6th grade accelerated math course, and around 30% are enrolled in some form of accelerated math course. It is important to note that this is not just an area of improvement for Austin ISD. This is evident in the statewide 8th grade Algebra 1 enrollment data. Throughout Texas, 18% of students from low-income households are enrolled in Algebra 1 by the end of 8th grade, compared to 40% of their non-low-income peers. Access is a barrier we are working really hard to overcome in Austin ISD. Recently, we joined the E3 Pathways of Promise 4.0 initiative, the goal of which is to ensure equitable instruction and access to advanced math courses. And so one of the things for those following along, the work with E3 Alliance over the last many years kind of helped inform the actual development of the scorecard goal itself. So this alignment and this partnership continuing is critical for us. Research that was shared during this collaboration shows that students who do not earn a post-secondary credential within 6 years of leaving high school just have a 12% chance of securing a living wage job. Research also shows that there are more advanced math classes students take in high school, the more likely they are to earn a post-secondary credential within 6 years. This means that our goal in offering accelerated math pathways starting in the 6th grade has implications for our students securing a living wage job in the future. This is an important point. We're talking about 6th grade. This is 6 years, 7 years before they actually go into post-secondary. So I think what we're wanting to reinforce is all the work that we're doing as we move forward it's the long term. We're really trying to align our systems for improved sustained outcomes. We do have a root cause analysis, which we'll talk about in the presentation. And in that, we've identified 4 barriers, and we'll talk about those in more detail. Analysis of each barriers has led to the following key strategies, which we'll talk about in the presentation. I won't spend a whole bunch of time talking about them now, since the team here is excited to share. But there are outliers, and there are schools that are leading the way in this goal progress measure, including Matthews Elementary School, Lively Middle School, Ann Richards, Lamar Middle School, Bertha Sadler Means Young Women's Leadership Academy, and Gus Garcia Young Men's Leadership Academy. In addition, Ortega Elementary School, Rodriguez Elementary School, Allison Elementary School, and Sanchez Elementary School should be highlighted for their dedication to offering accelerated math in to the 6th graders. The characteristics of our exemplary outlier schools include commitment to the accelerated math program, leaders, and we actually had a conversation about this earlier, leaders who routinely collaborate with various departments, including the multilingual education team, special education team, academics, and others to address any challenges. And then campus culture that demonstrates a mathematical mindset that supports student success. At these campuses, you will see rote memorization or students just following some algorithm. You will not see that. They are taught to think flexibly and critically, and students are challenged to choose the strategy around the problem-solving process. And throughout our presentation today, we'll be providing our starting data points and initial progress. We will also explore how accelerated math pathways are designed to support students' academic growth and foster a lifelong appreciation for mathematics. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Diaz to take us through the remainder of the presentation.
Good evening. So the first slide that we would like to share with you is something Superintendent Seguda already talked about, which is actually the goal. So we wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the goal and the goal progress measure, because it is a new goal and we are very excited about it. So we might nerd out a little bit with you all, because digging into this data has been very interesting and left us with more questions that we would like to uncover. But the goal is, as Superintendent Segura mentioned, it is focused on algebra completion and also passing at the meets or master's level. But our GPM is focused on 6th grade, because we know if we don't get those kids in 6th grade, then they will not be set up for an algebra pathway. So, although we are going to talk about ways we have other on-ramps into accelerated math, but really the place we want to catch them is 5th to 6th grade. So that is where this GPM is focused.
So starting off tonight, we wanted to familiarize you to the math pathways that we have in Austin ISD, because we have several entry points, and we think it's important that the community is aware of those entry points and pathways that we have. We have 3 amazing pathways in Austin ISD. Once you choose a pathway, it is not fixed. There are opportunities for students to join that pathway later on, as well as opportunities to slow down in accelerated math pathways. We begin accelerating, as you'll see on the top row, we begin accelerating math in 6th grade, but as you see on the top row, that's our traditional math pathway. So for that pathway, 6th graders take 6th grade math, 7th graders take 7th grade math, and 8th graders take 8th grade math. This prepares students for Algebra 1 going into high school their freshman year. Our second pathway is Accelerated Math Pathway 1. This pathway prepares students for Algebra 1 in 8th grade. We compact 6th through 8th grade math curriculum in 6th and 7th grade to prepare students to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. Our Accelerated Math Pathway 2, which is our Super Accelerated Math Pathway, prepares students to take geometry in 8th grade. So what we do with compacting curriculum there is 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math is compacted all into 1 year so that students are prepared for Algebra 1 in 7th grade and geometry in 8th grade. We also want to highlight on this graphic that we do have opportunities for a student, if they don't start accelerated math pathways in 6th grade, they can still jump into an accelerated math pathway. We have a summer bridge over the summer between 6th and 7th grade that provides that access to students so that maybe they decided they didn't want to join in 6th grade, but now they're ready. They're used to middle school. We have that opportunity for students so they can still take Algebra 1 in 8th grade.
So again, as Superintendent Seguda mentioned, we have partnered with E3 Alliance in this work. So we are fortunate that this is the work that they have been exploring for many years now. So we have leaned into their research, and we've had regular meetings with them. They're helping us look at our root causes, and they are also going to be part of a strategic plan we're going to speak to you a little bit more about in the presentation. But basically what we have here is just what the research says, why this goal is important. So again, we've been working with E3 on how to shore up our accelerated math pathways. A lot of this, the impetus is this scorecard goal, but it is also the Senate Bill 2124 that is also helping us get more kids on this pathway. But the research tells us that completing 4 years of high school math with the fourth year aligned to a college level coursework significantly predicts post-secondary success. So by offering algebra in middle school, we open up opportunities for students to take higher level math classes in high school, especially their junior and senior years. So for those kids who are interested in STEAM and STEM careers and who really want to get to calculus A, B by the time that they're juniors or seniors, it is very important for us to start them on an accelerated math pathway in middle school. And the purpose of the Senate Bill 2124 is really to open up these advanced pathways to many more students than we have offered in the past, but also to increase diversity. So Danielle will speak to you a little bit more about this bill, but we're already reaping the benefits of the bill. And as a state, we know we have work to do, but as a point of pride in Austin ISD, we are on track to be above the state in Algebra 1 completion, and we are also on track to have 25% of our economically disadvantaged students enrolled in algebra in middle school for the 24-25 school year. And though that is a number, we're not satisfied with that number.
So the next slide explains the methodology that we used in pulling the data. And to figure out the percentage of sixth grade economically disadvantaged students completing accelerated math, we took the number of sixth grade economically disadvantaged students completing sixth grade accelerated math, divided it by the total number of sixth grade economically disadvantaged students completing any math course. Also, it's important to note that when we're looking at this data, it's not just enrollment, it's also about completion. When we look at the next slide, we are going to talk about our current state, which is enrollment, but at the end of the year, we will be able to see if students persisted to completing that course. So on the next slide, as we begin to review the data, the yellow row highlights our current state. So that is our reality. That's how many students are currently enrolled in our sixth grade math accelerated course. And then as you see, we still have opportunity gaps that exist. Though some student groups are trending in the right direction, others are not. So this is really why this is a highly worthwhile goal to pursue. Some key takeaways are 25% of grade 6 students identified as economically disadvantaged are currently enrolled and on track to complete the accelerated math course. Most groups are well above targets based on current enrollment. Asian and economically disadvantaged at 32% and emergent bilingual and economically disadvantaged at 22% are below the 24-25 progress target range. Asian and economically disadvantaged at 32% and white and economically disadvantaged at 39% continue to enroll at higher percentage rates than other student groups with a disparity range of 11 to 39 percentage points.
So here, again, this is just some contextual data that we were able to pull from E3 Alliance. And it tells a very compelling story, again, why this is a worthwhile goal for our students in AISD and why the Senate bill is going to be so impactful. So if you look at the, basically you're looking at 4 levels of math. The ones that at the top are labeled number 1, those are going to be the college bearing classes, AP, IB, dual credit. Then the next group, the next 3 groups are all high school math classes that are not necessarily college bearing. So this data from E3, if you look at it from left to right, it is showing you that no matter what, our kids are graduating, at a pretty good rate. So those that completed Algebra 2 are about just shy of 90%, and the other pathways are closer to 100. But what's really interesting is if you follow this pathway through to the right, you're going to see E3 tracked some milestones. One of them was, did they enroll in college? The next one is, did they persist through 2 years of college? And then the final point of data on the far right is basically, did they graduate college in under 6 years? And you can see that those students that took a college-bearing class in high school were much more likely to graduate from college in under 6 years. So that is, just some data that we found very interesting. And again, it just not reassures, but it reinforces why we're doing this work.
The next slide is also data from E3 Alliance, and it shows what percentage of students who scored in the top 2 quintiles on their 5th grade Math Star completed Algebra 1 by 8th grade. The orange line represents all students, and the other lines show a breakdown by student group. The graph indicates that Austin ISD is making progress in accelerated math pathways, as the orange line has grown from 47% to 73%. That means that we went from 47% of kids that were, of the kids that could have been taken Algebra 1 in 8th grade or scored in that top 2 quintiles, 47% of those kids completed Algebra 1, to now 73% of the kids that qualified for Algebra 1 have completed it in 2022. Senate Bill 2124, I anticipate that we are just going to see those numbers grow, because now we are enrolling kids that automatically that are in those top 2 quintiles, where this data from E3 was before Senate Bill 2124 and students were not automatically enrolled. We are now enrolling them automatically, and we also have open enrollment. So students that were not automatically enrolled, if their families decide they would like them to take 6th grade accelerated math, we open that opportunity for them, and we support students to be successful. So our root cause analysis identified, Our root cause analysis identified 4 main barriers: implementation of accelerated math pathways, communication and guidance around accelerated math pathways, professional learning for our accelerated math teachers, as well as instructional minutes. These barriers limit student participation and completion, particularly among our underserved populations. During our root cause analysis, we identified inconsistent curriculum implementation, which leads to disparities in student preparedness and outcomes. We also saw inconsistencies in criteria for enrollment across campuses and realized there was a lack of opportunity to prepare students for accelerated math learning. Our main strategy for improvement on this root cause is to design and implement a Math Summer Bridge program for our rising 6th graders. As I explained earlier, we have that summer bridge between 6th and 7th, but we've recognized we also need to offer an opportunity to those rising 6th graders so that they can be more prepared. Also, as we have open enrollment, it also will provide another opportunity to access for our students. We also recognize there are inconsistencies around curriculum implementation and criteria for enrollment. We will be addressing those in the next 2 strategies. In addition, we recognize that communication and guidance around accelerated math pathways needs to be revamped. The STEM team, in collaboration with advanced academics and school leadership, is designing an accelerated math pathways manual. This manual will help give guidance to campuses, community members, families, to really understand what our pathways are and what the opportunities are to enroll in those pathways. Our next root cause focuses around professional learning. We have provided just-in-time trainings, which is our curriculum trainings for teachers, but for grade-level math teachers, but have not yet done so for our accelerated math teachers. Recognizing this gap, we will prioritize professional learning for our accelerated math teachers on curriculum and instruction. We also plan to offer training for counselors as well as administrators to ensure they can effectively support our accelerated math pathways. Lastly, we began exploring instructional minutes. Daily math engagement is critical, but varying master schedules across middle schools create inconsistencies in math instruction, leading to potential gaps in student understanding. As we explore instructional minutes further, we will work directly with campuses to develop master schedules that are more consistent across the district. While instructional time matters, the quality of teaching is even more critical. So professional learning and classroom support will strengthen math instruction.
So this slide highlights the strategies previously discussed, but in a little bit more detail, and how we plan to design, refine, and monitor the strategies. First, again, as Danielle stated, we really need to provide PD for our teachers that teach accelerated math. So we're going to ensure that we do that. We know that it's hard for teachers to be off campus, but we also know that it's important for them to grow as educators and for us to work alongside them. We also plan to leverage our instructional coaches in these trainings as they are additional support resources for our teachers. And in collaboration with Talent Strategy, we are exploring ways to create incentives for our teachers, but also to ensure our teachers are highly qualified to teach accelerated math courses in middle school. So we know that as a district of innovation, sometimes our middle school teachers do not have to have a high school math certification. So we're exploring those things to see, are those root causes? Would it be beneficial if we had our teachers teaching Algebra 1 have the high school math certification? Second, we plan to engage our families as always, students and staff, including our parent support specialist and any other partners that we have on our various campuses, to explain options and the benefits of the accelerated math pathways. A lot of this is just a communication issue that we need to get in front of the parents so they understand all of the options that they have. And we're going to do this through strategic work with counselors to support course advising and holding community meetings to share information around the accelerated math pathways. Third, we will expand the Math Avid Summer Bridge program by developing a bridge program for rising sixth graders. So again, as Danielle said, we had a bridge program for sixth graders going into seventh grade, but we also realized that our fifth graders going into sixth grade often need the most support, because in sixth grade is where typically you will see a large dip in math. So we want to get these kids comfortable, get them on their campuses, they can learn where their rooms are, get familiar with some teachers, and get a little bit of a head start. And so this will help our students build foundational skills needed to be successful in sixth grade accelerated math. And we're going to monitor this by looking at student attendance and completion in the summer bridge program, as well as making correlations to if they attended the summer bridge, how are they doing? Is there a correlation between attending the bridge and how they're succeeding in the class? And then lastly, we're designing a 5-year strategic plan in conjunction with E3. As we were putting this presentation together, honestly, we've been working on this for about 3 months now. But E3, we did run out of time. So that will be the next thing that we begin working with them on, is really coming up with a strategic plan for this particular initiative with milestones. How are we going to progress measure? What is it that we're looking at? So we look forward to creating that 5-year strategic plan and sharing that with you all the next time we come to present to you.
So the next 2 slides are probably my favorite ones, because we get to highlight some of our teachers in the district. This first slide, we're highlighting our Algebra 1 teachers from middle and high school that came together at a just-in-time training facilitated by our math academic coaching specialists. And the teachers here are engaging in learning progressions, horizontal planning, collaborating, sharing ideas with each other, and just wanted to highlight that because we are super proud of their dedication and commitment to excellence. On the next slide, we have our students that we're highlighting. The first, the pictures on the left, those are showcasing our lively middle school students making connections across multiple representations. The middle picture highlights our Martin Middle School students working collaboratively to clarify their mathematical thinking. We know how important it is to have mathematical discourse, and we're super excited that our Martin Middle School students are shining in that area. The pictures on the right highlight students from Gus Garcia Young Men's Leadership Academy and Betachek Middle School using their mathematical tools. Mathematical tools help to make learning more accessible in math. So we're so proud of our students in Austin ISD, and we're really excited to continue the work around accelerated math pathways so that we can ensure that each and every student has what they need to be successful.
And that concludes our presentation, and we welcome any questions that you all have for us.
And before we turn it over to questions, I think it'd be helpful to maybe talk about two specific points, maybe three specific things. One is the way this information is being presented, these are students that are enrolled. And so the goal, as said by Dr. Diaz, is to persist through. So, what we're doing is trying to understand, if our students are going to be successful. At the end of the year, we'll know if the percent of students holds or if it goes down ever so slightly. We're not anticipating a lot of fluctuation, but it's just something to be kind of mindful of. The other thing I'd want to do is to offer to Dr. Diaz or Dr. Wilson an opportunity to talk about what we talked about earlier today regarding geometry and Algebra 2 and just kind of that dynamic. And, when you get into a new scorecard goal and you begin to really mine the data, you realize some maybe disconnects in our internal systems. And so as we move forward, I think just sharing with the trustees, kind of what we're seeing and how that might impact this data, and as we move forward, how it'll shift the numbers in a positive direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will take you back to the slide, if you can see it. No, you can't see it? Okay. Well, the slide, the yellow column. So one of the things that we uncovered that has been eye-opening for us is how we pull this data by course codes. So sometimes we are not using consistent course codes, so that is making the data a little bit harder for us to track. So we realized that when this data was pulled together for you all to initially approve the scorecard, that it may be missing some of the students. So for example, when you see Asian and economically disadvantaged, that number is probably higher. In fact, most of these numbers are probably higher. And that is because some of these students could have been scheduled into an Algebra 1 in 6th grade. And so sometimes the data or the course codes we used did not pull all of the kids into this equation. So that's something that we're working with Dr. Jay Brown on, that we may have to adjust this at the end of the year, but for right now, we just stayed true to how the original data was tracked. But that is one anomaly you'll see here, is that most of these numbers in the yellow or gold column are most likely higher than what we're reporting right now. So, again, it's been very eye-opening to delve into this data at a very deep level for 3 months and learn things that we can do a better job of, like cleaning up the course codes, so we ensure that we know exactly where the students are, the kids are all in the right course, and that we can pull the data more readily for you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Diaz. And the last thing I'd want to share with the trustees is there were ongoing conversations and thoughts when we were developing the scorecard goal around perhaps bringing back some policies for consideration of GPAs. And so just wanted to provide an update. A lot of that work was started in the summer and into the fall, but we recognized we needed to go get additional inputs from various stakeholders, including middle school principals. And so that work has been carried forward. So we do anticipate bringing that back to our trustees later in the spring semester. But it's important to note that the reason that we want to consider this is because these courses, though taken in middle school, will contribute to the high school GPA. And we do not want to create an environment where we're setting goals and perhaps putting students or families in a difficult position and perhaps making a decision one way or the other that isn't aligned with our intent. So I just wanted to make sure that our trustees knew that that work was continuing, and we provided guidance back to the team. We weren't quite ready to bring that forward, but we've given direction, and that should come forward before too long. And with that, we'll hand it back to the trustees for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. you. So we'll now open the floor up for a monitoring conversation. As a reminder, we have asked questions that are of a technical or tactical nature before tonight's meeting, and those questions and their answers are posted with the agenda materials for the public to see. And you'll find these on board docs. So if you just Google Austin ISD board docs, you'll find it. Our questions during the meeting will be of a strategic nature, meaning we will ask questions to help us understand how the reality for our students is aligning with our vision. So, who would like to start? Trustee Hunter.
Thank you for the report. We're going to be looking at slide 7, please. Perfect. Referencing the data on slide 7, how does the decision to set a 1-point increase for African American students and no increase for economically disadvantaged special education align with our overall strategy to close achievement gaps? Second question, what data or analysis inform these targets and how do they reflect our goal and guardrails? And I was looking for Jay Brown, I didn't see her.
She's here.
Oh, she's here. Oh, she's hiding.
Dr. J. Brown, would you mind coming up?
And I'll repeat the question once Dr. Brown is. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yes, I think I have half of it.
So
but I
there's
wanna
3
make sure.
parts, but I'll give you each part and then we can go through it. So the first part of it is how does the decision to set a 1-point increase for African American students and no increase for the economically disadvantaged students receiving special education services align with our overall strategy to close achievement gaps?
So with the GPM, the 5-year target for our economic disadvantaged students or students identified as economic disadvantaged is not a 1% difference. It's an 87% increase from the last year that we measured, 23-24, to the last year of our scorecard, 2028-29. And the other one that you were looking at is special ed. We are looking at a 51% increase over this time period. In the setting of yearly targets, we were looking at growth expectations per year based on Senate Bill 2124, as well as making kind of chunked changes. You heard some excellent conversation about how we interact with teachers with both professional development and strategic hiring. So thinking about the implementation of Senate Bill 2124 and all the changes that would need to cascade after. I believe that there is.
Before we move on, I want to make sure that we're clear, so make sure that I'm hearing you correctly. So I'm only talking about the growth expectation. So my question is, why, when we look at a growth expectation, we were only expecting, so the goal was set at 18 by the end of the year, correct? For African American students, am I reading that incorrectly? For the end of this year, we're expecting, right?
A 1-point difference.
That's my question. When I look at every other category, it's 2 or more, except when I look at students receiving special education services, it doesn't move at all. So my question is, what did we look at to say we can only expect African American students to move 1 point? We can expect white and economically disadvantaged students to move X points. See what I'm saying? Why that 1 point difference? Because it's really low. We overshot it. But I'm worried about that data. It seems like there might be, it feels loose.
Definitely. Overall, we looked at percent change within a specific group. So where is a group starting out and where can we expect them to finish? So making the year-to-year targets, we were looking at where do we want to hit in 5 years? What percent change do we think we can achieve with those specific groups? And then going out from the starting point in 23-24, where that data started, and how do we make that change within the 5 years, setting individual year goals. So I will say we paid more attention to specific rows than we did the columns. in making our yearly changes because we were looking at, we want to grow this specific student group by this much over 5 years. Where do we think we can hit in the next year, the year after, and so on and so forth?
Perfect. So now I have a question for the superintendent. To be clear, I want to make sure that our goal is not to grow in 5 years, it's to close the gap. So my question was around the strategy to close the gap. How does this help us do that?
So, I mean, what we're trying to do here is to, set a goal that we know will ultimately improve outcomes for all of our students. We disaggregated it to make sure that, we created targets. I think what we're establishing here is that each student group is starting from a different point, and we have a 5-year target. So what we're doing is using the time now to establish, what needs to change within our strategic initiatives to ensure that all of our students exceed these targets. And so I think, what we're trying to, what I probably need to say more clearly is the strategies that we just discussed and how we implement them across the system have to be done in a way that reinforce where the students need the support the most. And so I guess, these initiatives that we are building out right now, this information is going to directly feed into them so that we exceed kind of those targets on an annual basis and also over the 5-year period. I think generally speaking, each of these targets over a 5-year period, the first year or two, because we don't have established initiatives, are going to be smaller percent increases. And then once the initiative's established, once we make adjustments, as you're hearing today, there are things that we're pulling that we still didn't even understand 3 months ago, right? I mean, we just talked about geometry, talked about Algebra 2. So as we kind of establish our initiative and commit resources to it, I expect that, we'd use like a hockey stick curve, but you're not going to see as much growth in years 1 and 2. So I would say that this very much informs our work moving forward, and I think we're confident that we're going to beat these targets.
Still not.
So I'm trying to.
So my question is, our strategy was to close the gap, right? That's our strategy. So if we start at 1, we move to 2, I move to 1.5. I'm not understanding. Perhaps you and I can sit down later. You can explain it to me. I see growth. I'm not seeing the strategy according to the way we set it up. I'm not seeing how we're moving, but we're just moving like this, not like this. You see what I'm saying?
I think I'd appreciate the opportunity to sit down with you. I'm encouraged with the increase that we saw for African American students, and really the fact that we've exceeded our goal already. But I think when the board approved these goals and we provided recommendations, we were acknowledging this is a brand new goal and we have to figure out a way to create an initiative around it that is really going to create the response and system that we want. Our goal is the district's goal, the administration's goal, is to get to that end target as quickly as possible and exceed it. And so we can have that conversation, Trustee Hunter, and I can provide clarity, maybe go back and pull some information for you.
My concern is just for these 2 groups, because one of the questions that we ask is who is needing the most support, and if we set the bar here and go, oh, look, we made it.
Oh, yeah, I'm not, I hear you.
See where I'm going? So it's with that in mind, if you can ruminate on that a bit, you can sit down and perhaps explain to me better what I'm seeing, because that's what I'm seeing in the data.
The goal set was the initial yearly target's too low.
That's what I'm and that's why my second part of the question was, I can find it again. Second part of my question was, what data analysis informed these targets, and how do they reflect the goals and our constraints?
Dr. J. Brown can answer that one.
Skipped off that page, excuse me. So I believe I have in my notes that we were looking at the time at enrollment from the past year, expectations around 21-24 Senate bill, as well as implementation heading towards 8th grade, where we would see Senate Bill 21-24 hit the hardest. The expected year in that is we're making changes in year 1 and year 2, and we expect that there will be a bit of a flattening out. And where also across the board in middle school where we are headed into what this goal feeds into, enrollment in algebra. And so where we can foster and make changes in those pathways as known. We knew when we were setting goals that we had a lot of different courses that we needed to kind of pare down data-wise, but also where that can head in combination with reaching the goal of enrollment and success in algebra.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you. I'm going to speak because I want to share and support kind of what I heard you saying. And yeah, so I did some quick math here, and tell me if I'm right, but it looks like our, for African American and EcoDis students, the growth was like 1 point is equal to 5.9% growth. And then I kind of did the same calculation for the white and EcoDis, where we were going from 28 to 31, and that was a 10.7% growth. And what I would be hoping to see is like a bigger growth target, I would say, for the groups that are furthest, behind.
For year one or for year five?
Just for year one. Now, year five, it might be different. Yeah, and so we probably do need a refresher, because when we adopted this, it was like, it's one thing to adopt a document and vote on it. It's a different thing when it's actually in practice, and you're like, oh, okay, it's like a higher order. Now we're like evaluating it and doing more with it rather than just like basically reading and understanding it on a face level. So, I do appreciate you raising the issue, Trustee Hunter. But I am happy to see growth overall, by the way. So that's helpful. I do have a couple of, and just to kind of quantify or like think about the growth in another way, there was a 20, and this is not on the table, but using the numbers, there was a 22.7% increase for economically disadvantaged African American students, and a 39% actual increase for economically disadvantaged white students. So those are still substantial increases.
This is generally a positive report,
yes,
just to be clear.
Like it's good.
I want that to be lost.
Yeah. So yeah, we're getting used to a new format, and I think we're feeling kind of the growing pains of adopting a new way to talk about our data with a new metric.
And I think as we refine our reports, if it's helpful to show the 5-year target, we can certainly do that, and I can work with the trustees who are kind of working with the administration on that. Because I think that is an important point. When you look at only 1 year ahead, we are encouraged to see growth earlier, but we want sustained growth, and we're trying to hit long-term targets. And so I would expect to see fluctuation year by year, but I certainly acknowledge Trustee Hunter's comment, as well as yours, President Singh, around kind of the 1 year at a time without that other component. But yeah, I'm happy to have the conversation and talk about how we can improve this.
Cool.
Tell that story.
So I do have another question. On slide 8, it's on the next slide. Could you tell me what we learned from this data on slide 8, and what is the big takeaway here for slide 8?
So the big takeaway of this data is, again, the idea that if students take Algebra 1 in middle school, they have a better likelihood of taking college-bearing courses in high school. So again, if you look at the top part of the chart, those are the college-bearing courses, the AP, the IB, the dual credit. So the students who end up in high school taking a college-bearing credit end up being more successful. They are enrolling in college, and they are persisting through college at a higher rate than a student let's say, just takes Algebra 2, which is, the bare minimum to graduate.
Okay.
So that is, what. And we brought this slide in because we think it reinforces that this is a very worthwhile goal to pursue, although we are seeing some things that definitely can be improved within it. You know, because again, us too, like laying eyes on it and staring at it for 3 months and talking through, looking at it from every angle, you know, we're starting to see some of the things that you all are also seeing. But definitely found value in this slide because of this algebra pathway will situate them better to be successful in college if that is what they choose to do.
And then I noticed that we have, it was really helpful to see AISD versus the state.
Yep.
And so what do you see as accounting for AISD's relatively lower higher education attainment compared to the state?
I mean, I could only speculate at some of the things, but I do believe that as we delved into this goal, one of the things that we have seen time and time again is the courses, the variance of courses. We also know that choice sheets have things to do and offerings on campuses. So, you know, there is an equity issue that could be preventing some of our students from having these opportunities across every high school.
Did y'all get clarification on whether E3 coded all of our credit-bearing courses appropriately? Like the stats AP, is that?
It's coded correctly as a gen ed class. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that's
So,
really,
I mean,
it's a pretty consistent pattern.
Correct.
And so that's definitely something for us to pay attention to.
100%. So that is a very illuminating to us as well.
And then it would be interesting, like, so do we know, or can you share for what subgroups, if any, do these trend lines look different? Because this is aggregate.
We can look into that and get back with you because they do have a really great interface. And so after talking to Matthias this afternoon, you know, to run through this presentation, he asked some of the questions about the E3 charts in particular, and Danielle was able to go into their system, and it tells you things like number of students, and there's all kinds of information when we're in the live portal. So we can definitely look that up for you and get that information for you.
Thank you.
It is a very robust data portal.
so the same exact chart, but disaggregated, or multiple charts by student group. Sounds like that's what we're requesting.
Yeah, and I think I'm interested to know if I just don't want necessarily a whole bunch of charts, but just like.
Does any student group kind of
bucking the
go
trend?
against the trend?
Yeah.
Yep.
That would be
Absolutely.
helpful.
We
Yeah,
can
thank
ask
you.
for that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I have another question on slide 9. So this is really interesting. So if you look at the green line, which represents our Black students, there is a big uptick from 2021 to 22. And I was curious to know what accounts for that uptick in Algebra 1 by 8th grade for African American students.
So President Singh, this is one thing that I was curious about as well, and we're kind of exploring this. And when you look at the trend for Black students, you know, starting in 2015 at 24%, it's been trending upward in a pretty significant direction. And then in 2020, you're at about 64%. We looked into the data, and it appears that 2021 is an erroneous year. So that data point for that year looks to be kind of out of sequence and inconsistent. We've actually are checking, and we actually got some validation that is that data point specifically. So if you remove it, the trend actually would be maintained given 2020 to 2022.
Yeah.
And so there's some additional kind of confirmation we have to do, but I'm not certain that downward trend from 2020 to 2021 is accurate.
Okay.
It really should be a continuous upward trend from 2020 to 2022.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of reinforces, you know, what we would hope to happen instead of like the downward trend and then a back upward trend.
Right.
Okay.
Because that's one of those things that we're getting into the weeds of that one specific data point. It appears to be not accurate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so maybe the better question is why did it go down in 2021?
I don't think that
Or, oh, okay, you think
Yeah,
that
we
the
don't
data is
think it
actually
did.
incorrect?
I think,
We don't think it did.
Okay,
but
okay,
based on-
okay.
I don't think that it did.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I think that this trend line that you see from
Is
like
there's
18,
something
19, and
wrong
20
over there.
continues on to 2022,
Okay, cool.
which is
Thank
good.
you. Yeah, that is good. That is good. Okay, and last question is on slide 10. All right, so there's a strategy that was listed, oh yeah, in the blue box. How do you know that the strategy, communication, communication and guidance around accelerated math pathways design? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. How do you know that the strategy to create this manual to support consistency around accelerated math pathways implementation is going to work?
So as we've been working with campuses and identifying kind of what their math pathways look like, we have noticed some inconsistencies. We've noticed not all families even have a lot of information about accelerated pathways. A couple of years ago with our work with E3, we did some, actually it might have been last year, but empathy interviews with some parents, counselors, and we identified that there were some families that didn't even know there was a pathway that their student could be in. So we think that having some consistency and an actual document that we can have on our website, have available for our community, hold community meetings, and have all of that information in one place so that it's all there, everyone,
Okay.
it's open for the community to see, as well as the campuses, because our algebra pathway, especially algebra, we've had quite a bit of consistency with that, but geometry, we have not. So we want to make sure that we're making all of that information available and having the same opportunities across our schools. So we don't know 100%, but we think that it will help with communication, which we know it will have a big impact on consistency.
Thank
We
you.
also have evidence of that. As Superintendent Seguda mentioned in his executive summary, there were some schools that were highlighted that stand out with the percentage of economically, students who are classified as economically disadvantaged at schools like Sattler Means and Richards, Lively, Lamar Garcia. And what we see as patterns and trends at those campuses that do have a high percentage of students that are persisting through these accelerated math pathways is that there's a clear, streamlined form of communication and multiple methods of communication at these campuses to inform and engage students and families of the pathways. Sattler Means has 80% of their students who are classified as economically disadvantaged in accelerated math pathways, and you've even heard them push for other accelerated pathways, but it's because it's a culture that has been created at the campus of high academic expectations, and then there's been an intentional effort to engage and inform families so that they know how to properly advocate and support their child while they're in there, to not just enroll, but to persist, to complete, and to be successful.
Thank you.
And I would just like to add that as we have done some road shows and talking to parents about the course catalog and the universal choice sheets, along with advanced academics and with our secondary outcomes teams, when we get to interact with the parents, that's when we really find out that there are some misconceptions in there, especially in regards to accelerated math and all of the opportunities. So often when we find parents that will hang back and want to talk to just Danielle and ask more questions about the pathways, because it can be a little bit to wrap your mind around if you're not a teacher and this is not your full-time gig. So we do know that having as much transparency, having videos, doing Zooms where we're talking to people, making things for the campus, like it's a make and take, and it's about accelerated math, and this is what the fifth graders are going to be watching. So we just know that communication really is key, because there is a lot of, it can be tricky, to a person who is not a professional educator. So we want to make all these things as clear as possible to our parents and to our communities.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the explanation. Any other trustees have? I guess we'll go down. Everyone has to say something, so. Secretary Boswell.
Sure. Thank you all for this presentation, and it's nice to see some of the bright spots, and really nice to hear about that 81% that you really believe the up is the accurate data, not the down. So thank you for that, and I'll look forward to maybe an updated chart that shows us exactly where it was. Thank you for that. let me go back to slide I have some questions about slides 8 and 9, where I know we don't see lines for our students who receive special education services. Do you have a sense of where that falls there? And if you don't, would that be possible to share that with us when you update that data?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
E3 has been a wonderful partner, so I'm sure we could ask them to assist us in finding that data for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I want to go back to slide 7. Thank you. And thank you for explaining the coding and kind of that bouncing, because I did have a question about that bouncing that I think you've answered. But I do want to go back to that group of our students who are Asian from families with economic disadvantage. And I know you had said that you think all those columns will be a little bit higher, but do you think the gap there will remain larger than it is for other groups? And if so, can you explain to me why you think that gap is significantly bigger than it is for other groups of students?
I'm going to take a stab. I think in previous years, historically, student representation and accelerated pathways has been, like we've mentioned before, based on parent knowledge and understanding and been able to ask or selecting it on the course selection sheet or teacher recommendation or sometimes just even the teacher encouragement, with students when you are seeing a student that you think could possibly, be successful in a pathway. And there are a lot of by having students only enroll in courses that way, it produces a lot of inequities. And so the purpose of the Senate bill and the purpose of the scorecard, this new scorecard goal that we're implementing, is to reduce those barriers. And those barriers deal a lot with the inequities that we see across campuses, and then sometimes just even the inequities in which students are recommended for certain courses and pathways. And so this is helping us to have a deeper lens and look at it in a more streamlined way, and then to be able to remove those barriers ourselves with ensuring that we see equitable representation in these pathways.
Thank you.
And also to add on to what Dr. Wilson is saying, I mean, it is a very compelling question, and I think that that's something that we'd like to have some time to go back and explore, and again, get back with you with some of the things that we need to dig a little deeper to understand.
Great, thank you. I think it's part of why this is an exciting scorecard goal, because it does help us ask questions we haven't. So thank you. I'll look forward to hearing more about that when we come back to this one later in the year. And then I do have a question about root cause and the summer bridge program, which I'd love to understand a little more about the bridge program we have from 6th to 7th. And then the strategy does include developing a bridge program for 5th to accelerated 6th. And I'd love to share more about what that will look like, what those both look like, and then why you think that's a strategy that will be successful as well.
Yeah, so currently we have that bridge from 6th grade to 7th grade accelerated. Those are for students that were on the traditional pathway and just took 6th grade math in 6th grade and then decided, I would like to be able to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. So that is over the summer, and it encompasses all of the 7th grade material that was covered in 6th grade accelerated that those students didn't have. So it's an opportunity for students to have those foundational skills needed so they can jump right into 7th grade accelerated as a 7th grader. The 5th to 6th, we think that having an opportunity, couple things, having an opportunity for students to build those foundational skills. 6th grade math has, I believe, don't quote me, I'll check, but 53 standards in it. So and 6th grade math has a lot of brand new foundational skills that our students have not learned before. So we're asking these 6th graders to, one, start middle school. That has a lot of adjustments. Then we're asking them to learn all of these standards really quickly and learn half of 7th grade. So by offering this bridge program, we're going to have an opportunity to build some of those foundational skills ahead of time to hopefully kind of alleviate some of that quick pace that they're already in. Also, we think it'll open up the opportunity for those kids that maybe didn't qualify based on Senate bill, but they want to try. They really want to persist and do that, and this will help build their confidence to help them be successful. So that is our that is why we think this will help. And I think that has been, a missing piece for really helping our students be successful, because that 6th grade accelerated course is really fast moving, and we want our kids to be successful there so they continue and persist to complete and be successful in algebra.
And also, some of this we know is social, right? Yeah. So we know that, again, the years that students typically take a dip in data, especially in regards to math, it is 6th grade. It's the transition from 5th to 6th grade. So not only, giving them an opportunity to shore up their skills, but also get to know some kids, get to know the campus. We think it'll have, it'll make the kids feel more confident, more comfortable, because it is scary to be a 6th grader on a middle school campus. So there is kind of a social, emotional element to it. And also, this is one of the strategies that several of the surrounding school districts are also implementing with success. And that is part of the E3 partnership that Danielle attends, the math forum, or whatever they call the math ones. So when she meets with them, this is something that kind of collectively the group has taken on, and with a lot of success. So we also would like to do the same thing.
And I'll just add one more thing that reminded me what Dr. Diaz said. We do collaborate with our advanced academics department, and it is actually called an AVID Math Summer Bridge program, because we work with AVID. They have a curriculum. We incorporate some of our own, but we have a lot of AVID strategies that are really good to support the kids, a lot of team building. So it supports that social emotional piece as well.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of that. And then a question for the superintendent. What resources do you need from us to help make sure that happens and it's successful? It's something that doesn't exist, and obviously will have a cost.
So one of the things that we're doing right now, and I know some of our trustees know this, but I don't know how much of our community does, is we're building out our comprehensive initiatives to align with our values, with our scorecard goals, and to really build on what we're learning as we run through the first kind of pullings of the data. And so the goal is going to be to bring those forward to our trustees for consideration and just, for understanding. But within that, there'll be different things that we're going to have to align with as far as additional resources, budget adjustments. There may be needs to focus in certain schools just because their systems may not be as established as other schools. And so what I can tell you is that there will be different needs that come about, mostly by way of the budget, and you all approve the budget, so we'll be sure to make those clear and tie them back to this initiative. But I expect it to be, and I've been I've been encouraging the team to think about long-term sustained improvement. And so we're talking about 60-month plans, right? These are not things that can be accomplished overnight. My hope is that we know every year kind of what this investment is going to look like, how it's going to move our goals, but ultimately how it actually aligns with the research that we understand to be true. So I don't want to speak to any specific element, but I do want you to know that we are working through that overall initiative. And so when we come back, you'll be able to see this is the initiative, this is the cost associated with it over a period of time, this is how the administration expects to manage it, and then here are the key performance indicators that demonstrate to the board that we are actually executing with fidelity. So that's how we're tackling it.
Thank you. And I'll say I really appreciate that long-term vision that we all talked about when we were creating our scorecard, and the bravery of our community to encourage us to go there when we did our community engagement. And I'm excited to hear this again in 2026 when these 6th graders or 8th graders and hopefully see that hockey stick you talked about. So thank you.
And I think Trustee Boswell, you talk about these sustained, the work and how it needs to support a sustained system. We just identified a couple things. We talked about geometry and algebra 2, and I know we talked about, course sequencing and, the way we pull data. Like those type of little system improvements internally could take the better part of a semester, right? And so I think it would be disingenuous to not kind of show all of that work in these plans so that our community and our board understands, well, we can't get to here until we actually improve this system and we kind of align our data. So I just want to acknowledge that those are two little things that we kind of briefly touched on, but it could ultimately become a significant amount of work that we'll be sure to show in our overall initiative. So I think that's important to talk about.
Thank you all.
Trustee Lugo.
All right, thank you all for the information. So I'd like to look at slide 9 and so the little question stem I'm going to use is, what do you see as accounting for, and then I'm just going to talk as a real person. Okay, but that's the question I'm using. What do you see as accounting for this particular data point? So what I'm looking at is the Hispanic line, right? So on my computer, it looks like it's, I don't know, teal or turquoise or something. And right there in 2018 and 2017, you could see the line for Hispanic students was above the line for our Black students. And then something happened in 2018, whether it be with the data or something else that you guys can fill us in on. And so then if we follow the Hispanic student line, we see that now then in 2022, there were 63% of Hispanic students that meet this particular data prompt that we see at the title of the chart. And I'm wondering, what do y'all see as accounting for that, right? Like where we essentially flipped. And I love seeing the, kind of positive trend for our Black students, which is why I'm really curious, like what do we know about the trend for our Hispanic students?
So as we were looking at this data more carefully right before this presentation, again, when it's live in the E3 portal, we were able to see some of this has to do with the fluctuation of numbers. So part of our Hispanic group is one of our larger populations. So when it's a larger population, it may not fluctuate as much as some of the other groups of students. So we were able to kind of look at the numbers and see how the numbers had fluctuated over the years. And sometimes we had very large groups of kids and that qualified. So basically this was telling you, these are our students that qualified according to Senate bill, or closely correlated to what the Senate bill is trying to do. So they went back and looked like, okay, well, if we looked at these kids back even before the Senate bill and they fit that kind of criteria, how are they doing over time? And so what we did see was sometimes we had large numbers of kids, and some of those kids were not being scheduled into algebra, because when this chart is live, it does show you that. It tells you exactly how many students are in that cohort and how many of them qualified, according to qualified. I use that loosely because anybody can qualify, right? It is open enrollment, but met that Senate bill criteria, and then how many of them actually got scheduled into the class. And that there was disparity, especially early on in the years. Like 2015, we had large groups of kids qualifying, but they were not being scheduled into the class. And as the years progressed, we got better and better at it. So just as a system, we were already getting better at making sure that kids that qualify to be in algebra, and again, I don't like that term, but again, just using the criteria of Senate bill, that those kids are ending up in the algebra class or the algebra pathway more so now than they were when you look back on the left side of the graph. So the system was already getting better at it, and the Senate bill, I think, is only just going to help us even more so.
Okay, so it sounds like the trend line for Hispanic students, because we're looking at it's a large population. The reasoning is, you're going to see a more stable trend line because in order to move it, right, you have to have a more significant number of students within that population.
Yes.
But I'm also hearing that that there is actual influence on these numbers in the later years. And so just kind of curious if there's anything else that we might need to, also another question stem, is there anything else that we might need to know about this data? Again, just I'd love to see the Hispanic line also accelerate, and I know that that's what we're working towards, right? But is there anything else that we might need to know about what we're looking at currently?
I think this is, as we said earlier, a graph that we will continue with E3 Alliance and look more closely at those numbers. It goes back also to what Trustee Hunter said about closing those gaps. And while we are seeing some improvement, we do want to see that growth, but then what are we also doing to close those gaps? So as we work with E3 Alliance to really dig deeper into that data, that is definitely something we will look into.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees?
I'll just say, oh, you were going to go?
Oh, sorry.
My bad. Go ahead.
So I was also looking at that slide where we have those trends going up, and what have we learned, and what happened so well that we are increasing? What is there anything really specific that have increased those trends that we're?
I think specifically when we started Accelerated Pathways about 12, officially having curriculum about 12 years ago, the criteria at that time was if you were a master's on STAR. And we know that that's not the whole picture for students, but that's kind of where it started. And we have learned a lot as we've gone that there are other criteria. So we've really worked with counselors and campuses to look what are some other things we now have map we can look at to help us. We have other data points. We want to look at how are students doing, what is their persistent level. Also, it is open enrollment, and we've made open enrollment more known. We've always had open enrollment, but I think the strategy of open enrollment, I think really looking at multiple points, not just did they get masters on STAR. And then now, which does not show on this data because it only goes to 2022, but the Senate Bill 2124 is really helping because that top 40%, and every year it'll vary a little bit, but it's meets almost all kids that are at the meets level or above have that opportunity to be automatically enrolled. So I think just learning that it's not just one data point, and we need to look at the whole child, and we've grown in that throughout the years, and I think that has helped increase those trend lines.
I think also, if you look at bulk of the research, when you think about algebra and student success in algebra, it traces all the way back to elementary, having strong numeracy skills. It traces back to the base 10 and having a conceptual understanding of the base 10 model and how that evolves when you look at vertical alignment and planning from pre-K all the way to when they come to our doors in 6th grade. So I think some of the other things we're working on with early numeracy skills will also pave the pathway later on for our students to be stronger mathematicians.
Any other trustee? Oh, yeah, Trustee Gonzalez.
Well, I was just going to say, Trustee Willie Chu, I think, sparked a thought. It's not really a thought. It's just something I think we don't talk about often enough, is that all of this is connected. Like, kindergarten readiness, your early numeracy, preparing the students to be successful in middle school, and algebra, taking algebra by 8th grade means that you're preparing them in 6th grade. And then you think about post-secondary outcomes. It is all connected, and I don't know that we often talk about how connected it is. But Dr. Wilson made a really important point that I want to emphasize, which is preparing our students early helps them be successful here, which then is a predictor of how they're going to be successful in post-secondary success. So it's just again, it's all aligned, but we don't talk about that part enough, that it is very much connected. Trustee Gonzalez, I know you're.
No, it's cool. I was going to say that Trustee Boswell took literally all the questions that I was going to ask, like in the order that I was going to ask them. And I just wanted to add that as an AVID student, I was in AVID the first year that it came to AISD, like back in 2003 or something. I think that's a wonderful strategy. And I hope that it's in conversation with an item that's on the agenda later, which is this work study agreement with UT supplying AVID tutors. I think that's a great wraparound support because it's not only the math skills like you talked about, it's also the study skills and the organization and the post-secondary readiness. So I know I'm not providing input on the strategy, but just a big fan of that one. I did wonder, while you were describing that, is AVID a program that exists already at every middle school across the district? Because this goal is around economically disadvantaged students, and I thought about economically disadvantaged students that are at campuses that as a whole don't necessarily fit that profile. Is AVID already there? Is this more than just the summer bridge? Is the intent to enroll them in AVID once they get to 6th grade and then hopefully to continue doing that? But those are all tactical questions, and you don't have to get to those, but those just came into my head. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Trustee Kaufman.
Yes, thank you for presenting this data today. I'm excited about this goal, as my fellow trustees are. I have concerns also just around the potential for the goals, the 5-year goals that we set, actually resulting in an increased disparity than a reduction of the gap. But that's a separate question for when we perhaps revisit the numbers on the goals in the future. And I appreciate the superintendent's emphasis on exceeding these goals, not meeting them, because that's what gives us the opportunity to really grow. I have a question. Just I know that the goal is around improving the outcomes for economically disadvantaged students, but I would really like to see what these numbers are for not economically disadvantaged students. Is that in this data somewhere, or and I missed it?
So Dr. J. Brown says we do have that data, that we can provide that for you, that she ran it. It's not included in this data, but we can include it for you.
Okay, I think that'll be important for us as we continue, because our goal is to increase for students who are identified as economically disadvantaged. But again, the purpose for that, I understand, is to reduce the gap. And so I think we need to keep our eye on the gap as well. If we're investing these efforts and we see an improvement for economically disadvantaged, yet we see double the improvement for non-economically disadvantaged, that would call into question our resource allocation. So I would really love to see that data and to have that included on future reports. Thank you.
Trustee Kaufman, that's a good point. I'll work with the team and just think about how to incorporate that type of point in future monitoring reports. It is a really good one, and I want to think about that a little bit more.
Thank you. Did you have any other questions, Dr. Kaufman?
No, like Trustee Gonzalez, mine were thoroughly asked by other trustees.
Okay. Cool. Did every trustee get a chance? I think Trustee Quintana? Okay, did someone else already ask your question? Okay, cool. All right, thank you all so much. This was a really robust conversation. Really appreciate the work and the depth in the monitoring report. So thank you, Superintendent and team. All right, so now we must vote on whether or not we will accept this monitoring report. So as a point of clarity, we are voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we have had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lined up with our vision for them. So at this point, I will entertain a motion for the acceptance of this monitoring report.
I move to accept the monitoring report.
All right, is there a second?
I second.
All right, trustees, any discussion? All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Quintana to accept the monitoring report, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. So thank you, trustees, for taking part in a shared commitment to students and student outcomes. All right, so next, we're going to talk about the TEA Special Education Agreed Order. As part of the agreed order, this counts as part of our discussion on student outcomes and special education. So we have scheduled 30 minutes for this discussion, and this is really just an update on where we are. So, Mr. Segura.
Thank you, President Singh, Board of Trustees. I'd like to welcome up Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services, to take us through the update.
Thank you, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. If you'd give me a moment, I need to pull down the slides.
Apologize for talking too fast, Dr. Reach.
All right. So tonight I want to provide an update on our TEA agreed order. As you know, our agreed order is made up of 5 parts: the overall agreement and the LSG requirements, a priority over corrective action, one over implementing effective practices, which is our focus on training and MTSS, one on improving our data systems, and the last and most important, another create new and strengthen existing parent outreach and partnerships. To date, AISD has completed 74 of 99 required tasks, bringing us to 3/4 complete of all of our required actions. So I want to start with our first priority. Priority 1 is to satisfy open corrective action plans. We have actually completed this priority. As a reminder, it was the open corrective action plans and concerns with the out-of-timeline identification and evaluation of students that brought about the original approved order. I should say the investigation from TEA and then the approved order. AISD was able to address all of the previous out-of-date identification and evaluations of students, determine compensatory services for those students, and ensure that we had better processes and just as importantly, the right staff in place to ensure that that number of students out of timeline did not grow, but continued to decline. So not only did we get those students who were out of timeline at the time of that order complete, but we have also continued to bring down our overall number out of timeline since that point. So it's not that we completed that at the sake of growing a new list of students. We were able to decrease both at the same time. At this time, at the time of the end of the TEA investigation, we had 14 open corrective action plans. We have completed all of those corrective action plans by the deadline. And I would also mention that many of those we completed well before the deadline. So that included ensuring that those students had the additional supports that were required, or that staff at a campus or at the district received additional training. But whatever was required, we completed those by the deadline. While the priority is complete, we still, of course, continue to ensure that we are identifying and evaluating all of our students within the appropriate timelines to ensure that they have the support they need in Austin ISD. Our second priority is identify and implement effective practices. This is really our priority that is focused on training and the implementation of our MTSS program. This is the largest portion of the order overall, and we do still have a good number of actions that we need to complete through this year and starting with the next school year. This is to ensure that the MTSS program is implemented with fidelity, but also ensuring that staff have the training that they need and the supports that they need to successfully utilize our new MTSS program. So since we last met, we did complete the tier MTSS training for the new staff members who were new this year. We also provided an MTS update to the board in October. And then in November, we provided our SPED strategic plan update, which we need to do quarterly. We will provide our next SPED strategic plan update in January. Upcoming through this month in January, we have 4 indicators, 4 items that we will submit on. The first is ensuring that we have completed the MTSS walkthrough training. So we had staff that have created an MTSS walkthrough module, and then all of our teachers and our campus leaders can complete that module. We also need to ensure for one indicator that we have a walkthrough completed, one walkthrough completed for each teacher, and then for a second indicator, one walkthrough completed for each campus leader. Finally, once we have the data from those walkthroughs, in January, we will start working on ensuring that there are opportunities for coaching and professional development based off of that walkthrough data for our teachers and our campus level staff. So I also want to mention before I go off this that we have seen additional, not just through the approved order, but also what we've learned from the approved order, some additional training needs. And so we actually helped build out the district calendar that the board will also consider or look at tonight and consider at the voting meeting next week to ensure that we have days built into our schedule for two things. One, for our returning teachers to make sure that they can complete any of the TEA required training, and also ensure that those staff have individual campus training days, so that belongs to the campus, and also individual days for those teachers of what we call teacher work days on the campus. So that's their day to set up their room to work with their colleagues to prepare for the year. The calendar has also provided additional days compared to previous calendars so that our new teachers that are brand new to AISD and new leaders can be trained on the MTSS program and the walkthrough process. So that'll be completed as they come into the new school year. As a reminder, we are scheduled to provide an end-of-the-year report on MTSS, which will happen in June. And as part of that report, we will include data and feedback on the walkthroughs and the progress monitoring efforts. Priority 3 is improved data systems. As an update from our last meetings, we started our reporting in September, but our big report, the main report, was due to TEA on October 1st. And that was that it was due October 10th. So starting on October 10th, we had to submit detailed reports to TEA and concurrently submit our summary reports, which we had already been submitting, that provides individual data on how we're doing for special education. As you know, and as we have shared out previously, based off of those first 3 data submissions, our submission did not meet all of the required elements by TEA. But during that whole time, we extensively communicated with TEA and our monitors to make sure that we were discussing what we were reporting and what we were seeing in our data systems, and also ensuring them how staff still have access to quality data. But again, we did recognize that there were missing elements of those submissions. So through those conversations with TEA, we have been offered an opportunity to address the issues within our current timeline. And through the discussion with our team, with our teachers, our monitors, and TEA, we had seen the need to pursue a new data system for special education that will allow us to have better access to and better reporting of the student data as aligned to the order. So during this time, as part of our normal process and seeing that we already had some concerns, we actually started surveying staff early on our data management needs for special education. Since working with TEA on at the time a consideration, but now a commitment to transition to a new SPED data management system, we actually set up listening sessions to where we had 91 participants who came in to provide feedback on our SPED systems. Following all of that information that we gathered, we sent out a request for quotes, and we reviewed responses from those requests. We are now in the process of developing a data migration plan and a professional development plan for the implementation of a new data system. And our big next steps, in addition to continue the review of submissions, because we have not made a selection yet, is to start putting together focus groups made up of district leaders and campus staff so that we can start thinking about some of the testing of that system. So it's not testing of a student that we normally think of. This is how we test the system to make sure it's working for our needs. And then also ensure that we have quality feedback from the end users of this system at the start while we do the implementation. So a lot of work to be done on priority 3, but we are moving forward with it. And we have a new deadline with TEA for the end of August. Priority 4 is to establish a parent outreach campaign. This priority is also completed, but again, there's still a lot of work going on. So this created our Special Education Family Advisory Committee. As we've shared previously, that committee focuses on 3 primary goals, and that is a clear and inclusive vision for shared ownership in special education, ensuring strong Tier 1 instruction within a multi-tiered system of support, and reviewing evaluation and compliance. Our next meeting will be held here at our central office, I believe right above us in 221, but we will post that final room date. But it is January 27th, 2025, 6 to 7:30. I want to remind our public that it is open for our whole public to join, and we do have opportunity for public comment at those meetings. The committee actually met just this past Monday on December 9th, and at that meeting, they continued a discussion on transition services in AISD, and then they spent a large discussion with our Parent Support Specialist office, and then broke into small groups so they can talk about outreach to families and campus-based learning opportunities through those small group discussions, and then spent time sharing out those discussions in a larger group. Finally, our last part is the Lone Star governance work. The board last did a quarterly evaluation in October. They received a 66, which was their second time in the Meets Focus. Our next evaluation will be January 30th at our regular voting meeting. Since that time and this time, we actually completed another one of our Lone Star governance checklist items, and we provided an LSG pre-trustee training for our now trustee, Quintana. And so she was able to take part in that training with Trustee Singh, myself, and Ashley Paz, our LSG coach. Upcoming, we'll do another one of those new trustee onboarding for whoever is the new trustee elected. And then in January, we'll provide a 2-day training for our Team of 10 LSG training. And then, of course, one of our outstanding items on this one is still waiting for the handbook approval by TEA. So that's kind of a comprehensive overview of our TEA agreed order and what we've done since this point and what we have upcoming. Now happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Reach. Trustees, do y'all have any questions? No. Oh, yes, Trustee Boswell.
I have a question. I have 2 questions. The first is on slide 4, talking about the MTSS walkthrough for all of our staff. And thank you for connecting our upcoming calendar to how it's going to support that priorities and kind of sharing with everyone how that works. But I'd love to know a little more about how that MTSS walkthrough is getting done. I know these have been kind of big lifts, and we've done a really impressive job of making sure every single person does it. So I'd love to know a little bit more about how that one is coming.
Yeah. So I think Dr. Marianne Maxwell can share some additional info for us.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good, how are you?
So completion of the MTSS walkthrough has a couple of phases. This first phase that we're in right now, that every core classroom teacher and any special education teacher that spends at least 50% in their classroom, and this includes intervention teachers as well, are receiving one MTSS walkthrough in the fall. And so those have almost entirely been completed on campuses. There are a couple of exceptions that our administrators are working on right now that we're in communication with. Some of them were already done in the system, but just didn't click submit and things like that. So those are currently being completed in the fall. And then in the spring is phase 2, where some teachers, through a coaching and professional development model, will receive some coaching and 2 additional walkthroughs. We have received some good feedback from a lot of our administrators on the walkthroughs. They like the clarity of it, the content in it. It lends itself to coaching well, and so they do have an opportunity to use it more if they would like. What we did, we worked with Talent Strategy early in the year to make sure that the MTSS walkthrough counted as one of the walkthroughs that teachers were receiving anyway. So they get 4 informal walkthroughs during the year, and instead of having to do, say, 4 PPFT and then an additional MTSS or 2 additional MTSSs, that counts as one of the walkthroughs.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I have a question for Dr. Reach and the superintendent, my second one. Thank you, Dr. Maxwell. About priority 3 and the report, where our system wasn't fully allowing what we owed, and really appreciate the navigation of that and the support for the extending the deadline. Thank you for that. And my question is, now that that's been extended, the stakes are high, as they are with all of this, and we know that that August deadline, how will you keep us informed along the way about the progress toward that, and how we're going to be certain that we are actually going to meet that with the shift to a new system and everything that will require?
So one thing I would like to start with is just a confirmation that while that work is going on, we're still working on the data that we have now. It's not that now we forget about that data and focus on what's moving forward, because our staff need good data. So we're still ensuring that we have strong systems for our teachers now. And in addition, we are still going to share those reports with our monitors so that they can see that data and that they can see that we are covering these items that we need. So I should have mentioned that during the presentation. Wanted to make sure that I touch on that now. But for this new deadline, that is something that's in our minds when we're thinking through a procurement and implementation process of a new system, because we want to make sure that we have something in place, which is why we're working on a data migration plan now, even though we don't even have that system. We can't wait till we have the system, because we need to make sure that we can move data over and we can start looking at how we're testing that data or in creating reports through a new system. So we will continue updates during these updates, of course, and providing that for our community and for our board, and providing updates on the actual procurement process of the new system and the implementation of the new system. Superintendent Segar, anything to add?
I think the one thing I would add is this project remains very, very close to my office. You know, we spent time over the last 6 to 8 weeks really thinking through kind of what adjustments internally we need to make in order to ensure that we have the proper controls to ensure success. So it is being project managed out of my office through someone who, I don't want to say his name because he's got a lot on his plate. I don't want anybody to like ask him to do more stuff. But Joshua John is identified as the project manager, and he does report directly to me. And so we created the expectation that all chiefs, all senior leaders in this organization provide him what he needs to be successful and to navigate this work. I'm getting updates on a weekly basis and ensuring that if there are any impediments, I clear them. But it is going to be a big lift. It's an 18-week run. I think our team is thinking about it correctly. But it is a big lift, and the stakes are high. They're higher than they've ever been. But I'm confident that we're on the right track. And to be honest, the fact that we're able to even make this adjustment at this point, I think just demonstrates that we've been diligent in how we approach the work regarding the TA agreed order. But it's all hands on deck.
Thank you both very much for that. And Dr. Reach, thank you for clarifying that we're not abandoning our old system as we transition to the new one. I didn't even contemplate that. Yeah, so thank you for clarifying that. And thank you for this thoughtful work and explaining in a way that gives me a lot of confidence. So thank you.
We can't give Josh any more work. That's the problem.
Anyone else? You just revealed who it was.
I know. People are going to figure it out. I do want to make a point, President Singh. Earlier today, we did have a media briefing to share an update to all of our families and our stakeholders as to where we are in the TA agreed order. And so President Singh and I delivered an interview just to provide an overall update as a commitment to us being transparent and making sure everybody's following along. And so we'll continue to provide those, and then also any communication that we receive and any updates we posted on our website accordingly.
All right. Any other trustees have questions? All right. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. Okay, so our next item is a budget alignment update. We have scheduled 15 minutes for this discussion and wish to remind the public that the board will have a more in-depth budget discussion tonight during our retreat. So, and that's going to happen a little later. Superintendent Segura, can you introduce this item?
Yes. Yes, President Singh, I'd love to. I'd like to welcome up Katrina Montgomery, our interim Chief Financial Officer, who will provide a brief update regarding our budget alignment plan and cost reduction strategies. And just want to reinforce, yes, we will have a retreat here later this evening. We'll be able to share more information. Go ahead, Katrina.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. We've said this will be pretty brief today because we have our retreat in just a few moments. So this is the Cascade implementation design that we talk about, and we want to keep putting this in the front of everyone. We're doing this with the community as well as the board, to talk about our $92 million deficit. We've said that we're going to reduce our budget deficit over 3 years, which is FY 24-25. We presented to the board in November that the $26 million, we have the strategies, so we feel confident that that's going to be good. And we also have the 89th legislative session in January. So that's going to be one of the things that we're always keeping in the back of our mind when we're planning. 25-26, there's a $47 million that we've committed to reducing the deficit by. And then 26-27, it's $19 million, which is the third and the final year. But then we also have the 90th Texas legislative session. So all of the items to the left of the black line, which include the $26 million and some of the $47 million, those are developed or known strategies. We have strategies that we're going to talk about for the $47 million tonight in the retreat. We're going to get really detailed about those. And then everything to the right of the line are pending strategies, things that we have to continue to discuss. So the next slide, we have items, we're calling them like the big six. These are the things that we're working on for FY 25-26. It's a hybrid work schedule, transportation reconfigured, master schedule efficiency improvement, PEMS reform, portable reduction, and special education contracts. And again, we're going to go through these in a lot of detail this afternoon. Our chiefs will be here to answer questions so we can talk about our strategies, what our milestones are, and also what our timeline is. And finally, we wanted to talk about engagement strategies. So you can see there's some check marks on the top 3 boxes. We've done 3 sessions already in the month of December. The first session was with secondary executive director focus groups that had teachers as well as EDs in it. We presented the budget there. And then also on Monday, December 9th, we had a all hands. So it was teachers, staff, community. Everyone was there on Monday, December 9th. And then on December the 11th, we had our budget ad hoc committee meeting. And one of the things we wanted to do with this is we wanted to make sure we didn't just stop the budget ad hoc committee. We wanted to continue forward, and that was something we've all discussed. So we've committed to having bi-monthly meetings through June of 2025. So December 12th, today, after the information session, we have our board work session where we'll go through the 6 items that we're going to talk about what the plans are for FY 25-26. December 14th, our communications team is leading a staff, community, anyone who wants to attend on Saturday from 11 to 12. The last time we had a meeting on Saturday, we were really surprised at the turnout, so we're hoping that we'll get good turnout on this one as well. December 18th, it'll be Austin ISD Central staff, and the communications team has done a good job. They were calling watch party. So each floor is going to have a watch party where we can make sure that our staff are getting engaged and learning about what's going on with the budget. And then January the 21st, we're going to have an elementary executive director focus group. So there will be more in the spring, but this is where we are through, this semester.
And Katrina, before you leave that slide, I just want to reinforce to our trustees that the first row and the last row, though the title is Elementary Executive Director Focus Groups, that is comprised of teachers. And so the way that, one of the ways that we get input from our educators is how they're organized by campus in our executive director kind of groupings. And so it's a really great way for us to convene teachers in an established structure. So I just want to be very clear that there are teachers, executive directors that we're engaging with in those 2 periods of time.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Segura. And I'd also like to add that we're also going to have other meetings. We've already reached out to Dr. Wilson so we can continue to be on the schedule so that we can continuously get in the front of the teachers. Thank you very much. And so next steps, tonight we have the board retreat, which is going to be a lot of good work, a lot of good information. And then in February of 2025, we're going to come back with some detailed information about where we are with our fund balance for FY 24-25. This is the section that we've talked about, the $26 million. And then we're also going to talk about our FY 25-26 budget reductions. That's it. Can I answer any questions?
Trustees, any questions? All right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so our last information report tonight is an update on the equity assessment, which is something that has been really in conversation, I think, for at least 4 or 5 years now, maybe 4 years. And really appreciate the work that Dr. Hawley and others have done on this. So we have scheduled 30 minutes. As a reminder, this item will not count towards the TEA requirement for student outcomes discussions. So Superintendent Segura, can you introduce this item?
Yes, I'd like to welcome up Dr. Hawley, our Chief Officer of Organizational Transformation. The presentation on the equity assessment update was recorded and is included in tonight's agenda under item 5.3 in board docs. There's a YouTube link there, so you can go and kind of watch the whole thing. It's about 22 minutes long. And then Dr. Hawley also has our team here that performed a lot of that work. And so we're happy to answer any questions that trustees may have regarding this item. We also, absolutely.
Hello, welcome. All right, so it was a recorded presentation,
Correct.
So we just ask questions,
That's
right?
exactly right.
Okay, just making
Ask
sure.
away.
Okay, so trustees, any questions? Oh yes, Trustee Gonzalez.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for this report. It was quite extensive. There's a lot of information in there. Some of it was really jarring to me to see things that, as a former student, as a former teacher in the district, now as a trustee, things that I had a sense of, but had never seen a metric attached to it and it having been measured. So looking at all that's in here, I guess my question is, it touches so many different elements of the organization. I think about our initiatives related to the goals, and I could easily see a lot of these fitting in there. But I guess beyond there, how does the administration plan to make these recommendations, these findings, actionable?
Well, I'll start off, Trustee Gonzalez, and I think you said it perfectly. These have to be part of our work, and not just in project form. It can't be that, for the next year we're going to attempt to do X, Y, or Z. It really needs to be embedded within our overall initiatives. And so I'm actually grateful for the work and the way that it's been structured, because it does have recommendations. And so there's a lot in there. There's like 300 pages in the audit or in the assessment. There are summaries for those that maybe haven't had a chance to pull it up. And those summaries are very helpful in the way that it's organized. It's by memorandum. And then Dr. Hawley's team actually produced a summary document, which I've been using to educate the entire system. So I've had presentations with the executive leadership team. I've made an expectation that every leader in the organization, at a minimum, review the summary documents as well as the kind of even summary of a summary document in presentation form. And then as we build out these initiatives, it's critically important that we can connect back actions within it to the recommendations in the report. I do want to be very clear. Some of them may have to be operationalized because they find their way in kind of summary form, and it's a statement. But when we think about, okay, how are you going to operationalize, it may ultimately be a series of tasks over a period of time. But that's exactly how the work is going to be considered. And as we move forward, it's really important for me that every initiative we tie back to our goal progress measure, we tie back to our constraint progress measure, we tie it back to our values, and now we can tie it back to the equity assessment, so that when we're looking at them, the initiatives themselves, you can really, really see how it ties back. So that's how we're going to do it, but we're always, looking for ways to improve. But in my mind, that's how it becomes part of the bones of Austin ISD, and not just a project that perhaps erodes away after changes in leadership. Like, it really needs to be part of our system.
I appreciate that, and I think that's excellent, and I would love to see these recommendations almost directly cited in those initiatives, so that as that academic vision continues to guide us through these next 5 years, that is like on the forefront of our mind. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees have questions?
One quick
Yes.
question. Thank you for this and the report, the whole thing. I know it's been, we've been talking about this for a long time and working toward this for a long time. I have a question about the data about discipline rates for historically marginalized students, and I know that's something that was on our scorecard at one point that is now off our scorecard, and the data here obviously show that it's a point of, it's something that matters and is really having an impact on our student and having an impact on those academic outcomes for our students as well. So wondering how we expect that to show up in the work that's done, specifically since we're no longer watching it on our scorecard in the same way, but know that it's something that we really need to be paying attention to.
So I think one of the things I want to make sure is that we, so in our previous scorecard, it was a goal. I do want to acknowledge that there are constraints within our current scorecard that I think lend themselves to the work that we're talking about in regards to disparities on disciplinary placements. And so I just want to make that connection real quick and just kind of touch on that real fast, if that's okay. And Dr. Holly, feel free to.
And we do have the two constraints, but no CPMs that tie back, right?
Well, so because it's a CPM, we are creating work and initiatives around.
Okay.
So just to be clear, like our initiatives are tying in our constraint progress measures, our goal progress measures, as well as our goals and constraints. So in that way, there can be total alignment between the work that comes out of the equity assessment and the goals that the board has already set.
Perfect.
So no, absolutely. I just want to make sure. Dr. Holly, anything you want to? Nothing? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course.
Any other trustees? And I would really encourage trustees, just because this is counting, quote unquote, like this is not counting towards our student outcome minutes. This is such important work. So I really do want y'all to feel comfortable asking whatever, because this is something that the community asked for. We really, it's a real privilege to be able to have you here talking about it. And remind me your name again. Raifu. That's your first name. Yes. And Duradoye, is it Dr. Duradoye. Okay, Dr. Duradoye. Okay.
And a McCallum parent?
I know.
And a McCallum parent, is that correct?
No, I have 3 children. They're all at Baranoff Elementary.
Oh, Baranoff.
Wonderful.
That was McCallum.
Wonderful. Okay, great. And I think I saw Dr. Kaufman pop up for a moment. So Dr. Kaufman, Trustee Kaufman, if you've got a question.
I was looking for a place.
So
I want to call this out.
Yeah, call that out.
Wait, I'm sorry, Dr. Kaufman, before you go, Superintendent Segura has something to say.
Yeah, before we get too far away from the last question, I want to call out specifically the constraint progress measures that are in the approved scorecard that speak to the question that Trustee Boswell made, which is constraint progress measure 5.2 restorative practices. The disparity rate for exclusionary discipline for African American students will decrease from 11.35 in August 2024 to 7.0 in August 2029. And then 5.3 is really the same, but it's for students receiving special education services. So I think what's great about this is it kind of demonstrates alignment between the board's kind of expectations of the administration as well as the work that came out of the equity assessment. So just for everybody following along, like there is a clear connection.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Kaufman.
Actually, I'll pass. Thank you.
You'll pass? Okay. All right, I do have a few questions, and let's see here. The good thing is I saw a lot of alignment between the data points, like some of the themes that emerged from this and the themes that emerged as we were going through our scorecard process. So that was a good thing. I had some questions. Let's see. On page, so I'm looking at the report. On page, I want to say it's page 13, but I know that there's several documents in here, so now I'm not sure. But there was something about, somebody made a comment about parent notification on student progress, and just wanted to know a little bit more about what you heard about that, and also kind of get just some thoughts from the superintendent as well on that. It was I think it was something related to, like, if a child is failing, parents are not necessarily alerted, and what that means. So I'd love to hear more about that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I think there was a kind of consistent theme. I mean, we spoke with many parents, students, and a lot of individuals around the community that they were in need of or really wanting more engagement from the district around some of these issues around their kids and their support in schools, and some of the things that were actually discussed today in terms of the pathways that students can take and parents really understanding those options. So that was something that we heard also from community groups who have been supporting parents to try to provide them with that information, and something that we know that the district and administrators and school leaders have been working on and they saw as a need, but it was also something that we needed to highlight in the report because it was an area of growth and something that many individuals in the community said they wanted more of and more engagement from.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And that does align with one of our constraints related to family engagement. So glad to get a little bit more information on that. The other thing I wanted to ask is on the first report, on I think it was page 47, where we have various charts. There are several, like there's one on page 47, page 49, and page 50, which talk about expenditures at campuses, depending on campus type, which is helpful, but I was wondering like what the per student expenditure might be, or if there's like another unit we could use to kind of like make it standard, because I wasn't quite sure if expenditures were lower at some of our campuses because they're just smaller campuses and serve fewer students, or if it was, indicative of, the need or what that was. So.
Well, I'll say that that's a good point, and that's something that we looked into. When we were looking at the data, what we were actually doing with some of those grants, we were looking at percentage increases to just get a sense of what different campuses actually might be losing revenue or losing supports at different rates. So you're right, in order to have an apples to apples comparison, you would need to look at per pupil rates. But for those particular charts, it was more trying to get a sense of where the campuses that had the most need, were they getting sufficient supports from the district, or was it decreasing at a rate that would kind of undermine their ability to serve the most disadvantaged students in the district?
Okay.
But to your point, yes, per pupil expenditures and other metrics would have been helpful, but probably to answer other questions that we weren't necessarily addressing with those graphics.
Okay, that's helpful.
And one of the data sets that we explored as part of the presentation that was completed by Council of Great City Schools as we prepared for the development of the scorecard included a per pupil spending across all of our campuses. And one of the things that you notice is there's a high correlation between schools that are, I'm going to say band 1, but schools that are mostly Title I or have high percentages of students who are identified as historically underserved and a high cost per pupil. And so I think when you look at that data, what it reinforces that, we are spending on a per pupil basis more on the smaller schools and with schools and in schools where we have students who have been historically underserved, and that's okay. I think that's the important point. Like that is totally okay. But we have that data and we presented it a little while now, so we can provide it back to the trustees and then talk about how if there's a difference kind of year over year between campus by campus, if there's something that we can kind of take away and help inform our path forward. But we can provide that again.
Yeah, because I know we've made like very deliberate increased investments in our higher need schools, Title I schools, through a weight-based kind of allocation. And then, so on page 50, I guess it's really page 68 out of 342 on the PDF, but it is helpful to see like year by year how we're doing for each group. And I did notice like our Title I schools, there seemed to be a drop, like a distinct drop in 2022. And I'm wondering, is that because of ESSER funding running out, or if that was, because there seemed to be a drop for everyone, every student group, or every campus type. So
for Title I, Title I is directly tied to the number of students that we, as an organization, have identified as economically disadvantaged. And so for the last 8 years, that number has gone down. So 8 years ago, it was near 60%. This year, we'll probably get to 51.6%. And so as that number declines, the amount of funding that's provided by the federal government by way of Title I also declines. And then we have to, as an organization, kind of set the threshold on distribution of those funds. And in 2023, we made a decision to have the dollars follow the students, opposed to just be allocated to the school that's in the census block that, by way of, the census, 2020 census. And so those little adjustments over the course of the last couple of years, you would expect a decline. And then the structural change that we did to have the dollars follow the student probably helped contribute to that as well. So we can provide those milestones, and maybe that helps inform that graphic. Dr. Holly, anything you want to? Okay, I know it's one of those. It's those little like nuances that if the history, I think, helps kind of tell the story.
There were a couple of mentions of enrollment decreases in the district over the last 5 years. Were those similar to what we saw statewide, or was AISD like particularly like, were we worse, were we better? Do we know?
We didn't do a comparative analysis, but I can just say, just in terms of my role doing this work in different states, a lot of states are struggling with enrollment decreases for a number of different reasons. It's different from location or LEA to LEA, but that's not something that's necessarily unique to Austin ISD. That's kind of a standard struggle with a lot of the districts that we're working with.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Dr. Duradoye.
Yes.
I had someone text me the spelling of it, so
Okay.
I could say, got to get your name right. And I know David Lopez, I believe, is also on Zoom, so if he has anything to add, I would welcome him to. One thing I did want to raise was around dual language. I really appreciate the many references to it, especially in the focus groups. And that is something that I've been hearing and observing more and more, and would welcome. I don't know if there's additional like follow-up studies that we're thinking about doing. I know you had a list of potential areas of more exploration, but one of the things that I'm really curious about is the last time I looked at the data, which granted was several years ago, on enrollment in dual language classrooms, it seemed like if you just took all the students in dual language, which is the gold standard for bilingual education, it seemed to serve more students who were not emergent bilingual students. It served more English speakers. And likewise, I know we have some campuses that are predominantly English speakers that have bilingual program, like bilingual certified teachers, and then we have schools that have more emergent bilingual students, and they have vacancies. And I'm like, we probably need to decide as a district how we want to, like, are we okay with that? How do we want to deal with that? We haven't really had a chance to have a deep conversation on this yet, but I know we've addressed this somewhat because it's one of our goals on our scorecard is related to this, but I really do hope that is an area that as trustees we can get a better understanding of. And I see some nods here. I welcome other trustees to kind of, if you've got questions about this, and Dr. Kaufman, if you've got anything to add, I'd be curious too.
I would like for the administration to fact check that comment you just made around the more students who are non-American bilingual. Several years ago, it was at least 10,000 students who are emergent bilingual in elementary dual language programs compared to 1,500 to 2,000 not emergent bilingual students. So I'm wondering if that dynamic has changed, or was that a not correct statement?
Yeah, I might be, yeah. That data is pretty old, and I can't really tell you if it was correct or not.
I mean, I might add, I will say that from the conversations with community members, that was an issue that was also consistently brought up with meeting-making conversations and also in focus groups, just this issue around maybe the distribution of teachers with particular skill sets, and wanted to make sure that the teachers with that dual language background were also serving students who were emergent bilingual students. So I can't speak to necessarily like the trend over time and the distribution in terms of the students then and now, but I can say that's something that was an issue that the community raised through the course of the assessment.
Thank you.
I will only mention, good evening, Trustee Singh, that overall the dual language program absolutely serves our emergent bilingual students by far. That is the majority. However, there has been expansion of that dual language program into spaces that is for programmatic reasons versus need. And so that does put a strain on the system in a situation where we already struggle with finding enough bilingual teachers. And so, you know, the more we expand that to not serve emergent bilingual students, the harder that gets.
Okay.
So that is definitely the truth.
I appreciate that. So maybe my data was wrong a few years ago. Okay, yeah. So it would be good to get updated information. And not that, like, and I love the fact that we open dual language to everyone. It's not that. It's just like as we have like more and more limited resources, we may have to make a decision as a district, like who are we going to prioritize? And that even shows up on that's another thing we might need to revisit on our scorecard, by the way, because if you look at our 5-year goal, our numbers for the kids graduating with seals of biliteracy is higher for white students than it is for emergent bilingual students, like the absolute numbers. And I'm like, we just got to make sure, like, you know, does that align with our values? Does that make sense with the resources that we have? Right. Lots to think about. Trustee Kaufman?
I have a question. I do have a question. So I appreciate the presentation, and I appreciate the detailed report. What I haven't seen is more of a summary of the 31 recommendations in addition to the 10 priority. And I'm wondering just around dissemination of these recommendations in this report to the general public and to our educators. Are there versions, executive summaries, shorter versions of this that are more accessible for people to read without having to read 300 pages?
I mean, I can speak to that. I'll say that the leadership team actually went through a prioritization process, so that was kind of the first step toward creating a document that's more accessible and streamlined for public consumption. Again, this is just the complete comprehensive report, and as my colleague David would say, the real work really starts now. So at this point in time, now that you have kind of winnowed down the number of recommendations to a number of priority recommendations, the next step would be kind of thinking about obviously implementation and then dissemination to the community writ large. So I think that plan is in effect. I think we're just at the beginning stages of the dissemination and the implementation process.
Okay, because I think the videotape presentation was very exciting and informative about the background of this work and the interest, the enthusiasm about collaborating to do this work together moving forward and to integrate it into the overall district strategies. But I feel it was very lacking in any specifics. It was much more around, yes, we're going to work together. Yes, we're going to break down silos. Yes, we're going to integrate this. But I didn't really hear specific things like, wow, we're really excited about taking this big step that's going to concretely impact equity in our district. So I don't necessarily need to ask about that now, but I just want to kind of note that that's where this work is going to get exciting and that's where this work is going to get challenging, is when we start to make the types of decisions that President Singh was alluding to, that are very specifically reallocating resources or changing the way we do business. And I just want to note that that's not really present in the video or any kind of summary. And I hope we can move quickly to getting the public more generally engaged in this work with easier to digest versions of the work.
Trustee Kaufman, what I'll do is I'll work with Dr. Hawley and we'll figure out kind of what that documentation would look like. You know, I think Dr. Hawley's team has done a really good job of distilling down the information for kind of internal use, and I've been able to share those documents with executive leadership team, our senior leadership team. But as we move forward, you know, I do think that it's going to be incumbent upon the administration to distill it down into something that is able to be distributed kind of community-wide, and I'll work with the team to get that done.
Yeah, and at the same time, I want to acknowledge how comprehensive this report is and how important it is so that we don't distill it down to meaningless phrases, that we look at like the basis of where these recommendations are coming from and hear the voices that were that led to these recommendations, and that the recommendations include the complexity of here are the challenges, here are the barriers, here are the, you know, so I guess I'm just saying, I think it's on both hands. Like on one hand, it's great that there's this really in-depth report that's being put out there, so that we're not just saying simplified, oh, we love equity, let's do more equitable things. On the other hand, you know, that makes it less accessible. So I think it's exciting to consider how to kind of balance those two things, not to lose the specifics and the background, but also not to lose our audience by having too much. Thank you.
Yeah, Trustee Kaufman, thank you for that. On Tuesday, we're going to be meeting with the Equity Advisory Committee, and we're going to have an extensive, we're going to be digging in a little bit deeper, and the Equity Advisory Committee is going to be the space where we're basically held accountable for making sure we go beyond just distilling what's here. But that committee has done a lot of incredible work over the last few years to make sure this got to the finish line. And now, as we've said, the work really begins now. So Trustee Kaufman, please know that this is just the beginning. And we invite everyone to the Equity Advisory Committee, because this is going to be the work over time with that committee.
Thank you, Dr. Hawley.
Yes, of course. Did you have any other questions, Trustee Kaufman?
No, thank you.
Okay, cool. Yes, Trustee Quintana.
Thank you, President Singh. I think as we talk about resources and making sure that our vacancies are being filled, we also talk about the tools that we're giving our teachers. I heard from dual language instructors at Bettis Elementary School that they were using some sort of technology that the district had provided them, and it did not work properly, and it took up more of their time to try and fix and troubleshoot, to try and teach to their kids, and for them themselves to also learn how to operate. So I think that I would love to see more of how we can support our teachers and make the most of their time in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you.
One quick thing.
Yes,
I know we
Trustee-
have 3 minutes,
Oh, yeah.
so
Oh, no.
I'm
Go
looking
ahead.
at the clock. So first of all, thank y'all, and thank you so much. This is really exciting. I don't. It's really weird. Sometimes I don't emote when I'm most excited about like things that are happening and progressing. This really truly has been a long time coming. So some of my other questions have already been addressed, but I do want to touch on 2 quick things. One is around the community engagement. Like I was looking through there, I even like word searched it to see like how many times does this word show up? How often do the folks in the community, our staff, our teachers, our students, how often do they feel like, you know, they didn't really get an opportunity to fully engage? And sitting on the dais these last 4 years, like I know that there's been real purposeful, especially over the last few years, like real purposeful, thoughtful work to engage folks. I think of the long range planning committee. I think about the pivots that y'all made this year with the ad hoc budget committee. And so all of that to say, you know, we probably can't talk about the actual, you know, piece of it right now. I just want to encourage the administration and the board to, you know, learn from those lessons. And I know I've already talked with Superintendent Segura, like we need to have a playbook that gives us how do we set up community engagement that is authentic and transparent and collaborative? Because we've done this. And we know we're going to have to do it again. And we know that no matter how often and how much we think we're doing to communicate and to engage, there's always going to be some group or some person or some, and some group or some person who feels like, hey, I didn't get an opportunity. And I mean, I really do think that there's value in honoring that voice, right? That's their perspective, even if we believe we've done everything to engage. So I just really don't want to lose that. That's really, really important. The other thing was, so on page PDF, page 306 of 342, it talks about student recommendation 4A, increased behavioral and mental health. Increase behavioral health and mental health. I just learned this week, and so this is kind of like, getting the word out to folks. I'd love to see more of that to families. Like I just learned this week that, there will be more consistent or maybe more structured professional development for our counselors. And again, I know you and I have had this conversation as well, is like sometimes in those critical positions, and I believe counselors is one of those, sometimes we need to rethink, like, are we putting someone in that spot because we need a person in that spot? Or are we being thoughtful? And sometimes the best thing to do, the way to do the least harm, is you might need to not fill some of these critical spots. So I know we don't have a whole lot of time to connect all those dots, but again, really appreciate the work, appreciate these recommendations. Super excited to see how this information gets out back to our community members, back to our families and our students who contributed and our staff who contributed. And then going to be looking forward to being in the audience and seeing how the team of 10 and this administration continues to work towards these ends. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lugo. Anyone else? Okay, yes, Trustee Hunter.
I don't have any questions or any comments, but I was there in the beginning, and I'm so happy to see the work come to fruition and just appreciation for what your office has been doing from when your office was created. So just thank you, Dr. Holly, and staff.
All right. If there's no more questions, thank you so much. I know this was a huge feat. And this is something that I hope also gets out there. I don't know if we're going to be translating it, in the spirit of equity.
We've gotten it translated in Spanish already.
Oh,
so
fantastic, fantastic. And do we know if there's going to be any community engagement sessions beyond the one meeting, just to kind of give opportunities?
We have a communication plan that we're working on. So over the next few months, we will be continuing the conversations, and that's why I appreciate what Trustee Kaufman said about making sure we get something that everyone can understand, because this is very daunting. I was even pretty overwhelmed when it all got put together. So yes, we do have a communication plan to make sure this is understandable and digestible by the community.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Holly. Thank you, Dr. Duradoye. Did I say it right? Okay, as somebody with a hard to pronounce name, I always try to make sure I get it. So thank you so much. And we will move on to the next item, so appreciate y'all. Okay, so this ends the section on the information reports from the administration. At this time, we will now move into the preview of the agenda items that will be considered for a vote at the next regular board meeting on December 19th. Next week, sorry staff, we're making y'all work really hard before the holidays. AISD staff is available to answer any questions for tonight's preview. So we will begin tonight with item 7, which is the agenda preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. So trustees, are there any questions on this item? Yes, please.
On 7.1, I think I just wanted some clarity around what a yes and no vote would look like, what the outcomes of a yes or no vote looks like.
Yeah, so I'll provide the response, and I may need to kind of rely on Dr. Reach to assist. But when Austin ISD entered into the agreement with their future, it was it was understood at the time that, we were addressing the accountability chain that had not been broken. Mendez Middle School, for 5 years at that point, had been underperforming. And when we entered the agreement, it allowed for a pause. And that pause can only be lifted once accountability is released. And so, as the board knows, and I'm sure most of our community knows, the last 2 years of accountability, it's been tied up in the courts, and it has not been resolved. And because there hasn't been resolved, there's been nothing that we can rely on that allows us to break the accountability chain, which would give us the ability to kind of make different decisions or recommendations. And so because we always want to give our families time to plan, any change in programming at a campus, we want to make sure that's done before December so that our families have the spring time to plan and to consider what the following year looks like. And so a yes vote would allow us to continue under the current agreement. It would allow us to preserve the current protection of the pause. A no vote would essentially lift the pause, thereby requiring the commissioner to take action, which could include, and it's a shall, it's not a may, closure of the school or installation of a board of managers. And so for those reasons, the administration, myself, most particularly feel that a one-year extension is most appropriate. My hope is that in the spring, these lawsuits get resolved and there's clarity around what the next steps would be for Austin ISD. But at this point, kind of given the constraints in the contract, given what's occurring around us in the state and kind of this moment that we're in, this is the decision or the recommendation that gives AISD the most flexibility and also the most protection.
Okay, so just one more time, a no vote could result in a TEA conservatorship.
More than that, a board of managers. Yeah.
Okay.
So a no vote could result in a closure of Mendez or an installation of a board of managers.
Which means that our jobs would be.
Board members.
It would not be us sitting up here.
Yes, okay.
Board of Managers.
I just want to make sure because
Appointed by TEA.
This stuff is so confusing and nuanced, and I just want to make sure that our community is understanding the gravity of this vote. I know it's not an easy ask to ask my community to sign on to another year of this, but I just want them to be very aware of what the consequences are of both a yes or a no vote. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Jacob, anything that I needed to clarify? I feel like I did a pretty decent job on that one. Very careful with my words.
All right. Thank you, and thank you, Trustee Quintana, for raising this really important issue. Okay, so next we have Section 8, Board Administration. Trustees, are there any questions on these items? Okay, that's the instructional calendar vote, by the way, folks, so make sure people take a close look at that. Agenda preview, Section 9 is Business and Finance. Any questions? Okay. Next, we have Section 10, Facilities. Trustees, any questions on these items? All right, and then we have the next section is Section 11, Talent Strategy. And the administration also shared with trustees today that they're requesting to add a late item to the December 19th voting meeting for suspension without pay of employees. They are prepared to answer any questions in executive session on these individuals. So trustees, are there any questions on these items? And yes.
I had a question on 10.1. No, I'm sorry, on 10.2.
Sure.
If a school is declared a surplus, does that mean it can go back to being a school at any point in the future?
The board would have to make another determination, and then we would have to create the program and then go to TEA to get approval for the.
So it'd be like
teams.
creating a whole new school?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. And one of the things I want to point out, thank you for calling this item out, Trustee Quintana, is that in alignment with our overall budget reduction strategies, one of the things that we want to do is just explore all opportunities to generate revenue. And this doesn't necessarily mean that action is taking place, but it does provide flexibility to explore options. So it's part of an established process that we brought to the board about a year ago. And so it doesn't mean that any action is taking place. It just allows us to explore additional things.
And this is, just for folks to know, it's 10.2 is adopt a resolution declaring the former Brook Elementary School campus as a surplus. So, thank you. All right, so next we have section 12, policy. Trustees, any questions there? Did you? Oh, yeah.
So we are going to be asking, the administration will be asking a request to add a new action item for our regular voting meeting. This is actually a positive thing. We were working with the City of Austin, and there's additional funds being allocated to support our parent support specialists. We originally thought this could be carried in the January board meeting, and that was our plan, but we received information that it needed to go a little bit sooner. So we think it's a good thing. I apologize for the delay, but it's just a function of the holidays and kind of what our partners need. And so just want to make sure that was clear, and we brought it forward.
Right, okay, and so that's for the City of Austin to add $15,000 to our parent specialists.
Correct.
Parent support
Yeah.
specialists. Thank you, City of Austin. Pardon?
Was it the county at the meeting with the joint subcommittee? I'm sorry, what was it, trustee?
It says here,
My
City
understanding
of
is
Austin.
Yeah, that's my understanding, was the city.
And the county does also support our parent support specialists, but this does. Oh, the FRCs, not the PSSs. Okay, sorry, my apologies. Thank you. All right, any other questions on that item? Okay. And let's see, number 13.1. Yes, any questions on that? It's related to the AVID program that you had mentioned. Okay, cool. All right, so this will end our regular agenda preview. We want to remind the community to stick around for our board retreat if you want to, which will occur following an executive session, which will probably last an hour. It will be a fairly short session for us, let's hope. So thank you all so much. We will now recess the open meeting at 8:44 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the executive session, we'll return to the open session. Thank you so much. We will now reconvene the open meeting at 9:33 PM. We were going to do some student transfer appeals, but the administration has resolved those issues, so we did not have to vote on those, so there's nothing on that. But we're now going to move into the board retreat. So our retreat tonight is a deeper discussion on the budget realignment plan. We should not be more than an hour on this retreat. So Superintendent Segura, can you share the presentation and get us started?
Absolutely, President Singh and Board of Trustees. And so we have our interim Chief Financial Officer, Katrina Montgomery, here to provide an update regarding the work that we've been doing over the last many months. The one thing that I want to kind of communicate to our families and our community and to our trustees is that, you know, we are committed to going through a process that aligns with our values, but doing so in a way that protects the educational environment in our schools. And we have to do that while also recognizing that every single person in Austin ISD and everything that we do is in service to our schools. And so it is difficult to go through this work and not acknowledge that everything has an impact. And it's just making sure that we go through this process in an equitable way. And so this is an update of where we are. A couple weeks back, we provided an overview presentation of different things we were considering. What this is tonight is an update regarding the progression of that work, some high-level milestones, and then what we're seeking tonight is to get confirmation that we are headed on the right path, because what we're going to be doing over the next many weeks as we return back from winter break is putting a lot of detail and progressing those plans to ultimately come back with final recommendations. So with that, I'll hand it over to Katrina to take us through the presentation.
Hello, excuse me. Hello, and thank you for having me again. We're going to start our retreat presentation with the purpose of this meeting, and Superintendent Segura has kind of given us a update of what we're talking about. So we're going to give an update of where we are financially and what we're planning. We're going to confirm that additional revenue through board budget amendments. So when we get additional revenue, we're going to confirm with you that we will be doing budget amendments so that you're aware of those. And we would like the board to provide feedback on the 25-26 budget updates. So when we met a few months ago, the board gave us some guardrails, and I know you all remember we had all the boards on there, and Adriana's on the floor kind of writing down these things. So here are the board guardrails, and we just want to make sure that we're keeping them in the front of us at all times. One, we want to ensure cuts in any area are equity driven. 2, consider the long-term impact of cuts and reductions. 3, ensure the teacher's voice has been heard in the decision. 4, center literacy, aligned to student outcomes. And finally, listen to people impacted before cuts are final. So here's our cascade implementation slide again. It's the $92 million. I won't go over it too much, but again, we believe we have the $26 million worth of strategies for this fiscal year, 24-25. And today we're gonna really be doing a lot of deep diving into 25-26 strategies. So for 24-25, we presented this slide before, and on this slide, operations, Christine and her team have eliminated 55 transportation positions, which is gonna be a reduction to our budget. Technology has reclassed staff positions from local funds to bond funds. There's a Project Lighthouse, which has to do with monopoles. That's going to be put, when funds come in, it's going to be put in our real estate fund. And then eventually we'll move some of our expenses to the real estate fund. That's why it's there as a reduction. Talent strategy, superintendent's office will be doing reorganizations. And then there's vacancy savings. So when we did the budget at the beginning of the year, we planned for a dollar amount worth of vacancy savings, and we think we're going to exceed those. So that will be a reduction to our expenses. Operations, we're going to supplant some of our utility costs because of funds that we had in excess from some federal grants. Talent strategy, Brandy had this great idea of some insurance funding and how we can reduce some of our insurance funding. So that'll be a reduction to our expenses. And we've talked about the attendance initiative, and so if you look at the numbers, the percentages we've increased over 1%. So we're closely monitoring what our campuses are doing for the attendance initiative. The goal was anything over 1% would be an additional $4.5 million to the district. Some of those funds will go back to the campuses for them to spend, but the attendance initiative is going well. Additional revenue and additional interest earnings. We're looking at our strategies of how we can take all of our tax collections that are coming in December and January and invest those until August when we have to pay recapture. 24-25 again, finance is going to have a reorganization, communications as well as organizational transformation. And then in TLL, teaching, learning, and leading, special education efficiencies, we've talked about this a lot, our reliance on contractors. And so we're going to be working to reduce our reliance on the contractors. So this slide just talks about things we've already talked about. We know that we have a $26 million reduction. The district is confident that we have the $26 million. The strategies are there, but our goal and our aim is to exceed that. We have enhanced spending controls where we've started to make sure we're trying to figure out how can we reduce spend. One of those things we've done is if it's a legal service, it has to go through Kenneth and his team for approval before the service happens. If it's technology, it has to go through the technology department before the spend happens. We've also reduced our P-card spend. So we're doing all of these things. We're monitoring and looking and analyzing our financial statements to understand how can we continue to reduce our expenses. And then this is the part we're really going to dive into today for 25-26. And so to the left of the bold line, you have priority focuses, and the estimate here is $20 million. And some of the things we're saying that we can use to come up with this $20 million is hybrid, and the way we make revenue from that is we're going to lease spaces. So Christine and her team are working with companies to lease space here at the central office. We've heard that from the board members as well as from the ad hoc community for ideas for exploration. Transformation reconfigured. We have a slide that's going to go into that more, but we're going to look at routes, student sharing, how can we reduce our spend for transportation, master schedule, efficiency improvement, how can we continually create a master schedule that will help us make sure that we're equitable across our schools, but that we don't have lots of classrooms with small amount of children in them. PEIMS reform. We know that there's additional money that we can get when we look at EcoDis and ADA and unscheduled students. So what do we need to do to continue to reform our PEIMS process and partner between technology and finance? Portable reductions, you've heard, if you've talked to our superintendent, this is one of the ones we talk about a lot, the portable reductions. How can we reduce the spend on our portables that are at our campuses? And then we consistently are going to talk about special education contracts. So the one thing I want to say that is not on this slide is, let's go back to the previous year, we cut $30 million. This year, we're cutting $26 million. And then the goal for FY 25-26 is $47 million. And when you look at this, we want to make sure that we're clear that of that $20 million, if we do these things, we think we can get $20 million out. But one of the things Superintendent Segura and I talk about is how hard are we going to hit some of these things? So the master schedule, how hard are we going to be able to work to reduce the expenses on these? So if we do that, then we're saying we'll have additional $27 million that we need to cut in next fiscal year. Some of the ways we're proposing to do that is by property monetization efforts, contract evaluations, we talked about that, the GPA, which is the Graduation Preparatory Academy and supplemental program reviews, campus staff leveling, evaluate stipends, and we want to be really clear that everything we've done to this point has said we weren't going to impact campuses. But if you look at the 30 million, you look at the 26 million, if we do the 20, and then if we don't get to the 27, there will have to be direct impact to campuses. So here's some of our strategies. So master schedule efficiency improvement. So the goal of this is going to be to optimize resource allocation, reduce costs, and improve staff utilization while ensuring equitable distribution of resources across all schools. So the master schedule efficiency, you can see we have a steering committee as well as a task force. And then we have the people that are leading this is teaching, learning, and leading, talent strategy, and technology. There's a timeline here, and then we have identified milestones. Some of the milestones are identify the stakeholders. Who is this going to impact? Convene an advisory committee, so we were making sure that we're talking to the people that this will impact. Establish oversight and monitoring. Develop district-level oversight and establish expectations for leveling, and then share the communication plan. The second one is PEIMS reform. Led by finance and technology, we're going to partner together. The goal is to optimize resource allocation, increase proper coding, and increase our revenue. There's a steering committee here, a task force, and you see there's a timeline, December 2024 through September of 2025. And some of the identified milestones are establish organizational alignment, convene an advisory committee, who can help us improve our coding for PEIMS, establish program costing framework and modules, establish data governance, revenue optimization, and establish supports for all divisions. How can we work together as a district to make sure that we can continuously to increase our numbers for PEIMS and how we report those? The next one is portable reductions. This is a multi-year initiative led by operations and TLL. The goal is to decrease the number of portable structures, significantly reduce maintenance expense and energy consumption. So there's also a steering committee and a task force. You're going to see that thread. Who's going to be leading these initiatives, right? So even though they're for budget reduction strategies or budget increase revenue, who's going to be leading it? We want to be really clear that all of these, even though they're coming from the budget talks, but who's going to be leading it? The timeline is December 2024 through August of 2025. And then here's some more milestones. Share a portable reduction strategy. Again, convene an advisory committee. You're going to see that. That's going to be a consistent thread. Validate inventory with teaching, learning, and leading. Communicate the final list and plan with teaching, learning, and leading. And share the communication plan. We want to make sure our principals are involved, our campuses are involved. We're looking at space. And one of the ones I didn't read, but I want to make sure to point out, is plan reduction starting with underutilized campuses. The next one is reconfiguration of transportation routes. This is going to be led by operations, teaching, learning, and leading. The goal is to implement cost-saving measures, optimize routes, and reduce expenses without compromising student outcomes. Again, there's a steering committee and a task force. The timeline is November of 2024 through April of 2025. And some of the milestones are research other district best practices and route modeling, gather input from families, engage with affected site principal, refine route modeling, convene advisory committee, and share the communication plan. Special education contracts will be led by TLL and finance, and the goal is to reduce the number and cost of district contracts, consolidate service, and renegotiate terms. This was done by Dr. Drew and I for last year, and we're going to continuously try to figure out how we can reduce our reliance on special education vendors. There's a steering committee, a task force, as well as a technical advisor, which is Dr. Francis Stetson. The implementation timeline is December 2024 through July of 2025. And then some of the identified milestones are implement a vendor scorecard, execute the contracts for FY 25-26 school year, and then also share the communication plan. And then hybrid work. This is led by operations, talent strategy, communications, and legal. This team has really already put in a lot of work on the hybrid policy. The goal is to monetize central office space and other properties owned by the district. So it's kind of going to be a two-way plan. The team structure is going to have a steering committee as well as the task force. The implementation is spring of 2025, so that's only a couple of days away. And some of the identified milestones are meet with departments to review the overall strategy. There's a remote work guidebook that the team has worked on. And then identify individual employee positions, hybrid viability and schedule, and then share the communication plan. So this slide is, we talked about legislative impacts on the budget. So what can happen here? So points of potential relief that we can get is an increase in basic allotment, an increase in the school safety allotment, funds for teacher raises, inclusion for pre-K and full day FSP, and index of basic allotment for inflation and/or adjustment. And then there's some other competing priorities that we have here, the electric grid, property tax relief, and ESA, which is the educational savings accounts. So the engagement opportunities, we've gone in detail over this, but we've already had 3 of these engagements in the month of December. There are 3 more in December that are scheduled, 1 in January, and we will continually get out and have conversations with the community as well as our staff throughout the spring of 2025. So thank you very much, and I'm available for questions. The staff will be here as well. If you have specific questions, they will come up and assist me.
Yeah, and before I hand it over, there were 5 slides or so that had, who I was holding responsible, who is accountable, milestones that we're going to incorporate into schedules, and ultimately, the reason we're sharing it in this form is because we don't know yet how much of a cost reduction each of these will yield until we get into the work. So I know Katrina shared a slide that had 20 million on one side and 27 on the other side, and I'm always asking about, can we put a little tilde sign to say estimated, or can we talk about this and because it is unknown. I definitely want to acknowledge that whatever doesn't get reduced in this initial tranche of cost reduction strategies will then get pushed out, thereby getting closer and closer and closer to the classroom. And so I'm really wanting to make sure that we explore all options, that we are creative and aggressive at the same time, because once the work is completed and we agree that this is no longer something we're going to explore, then we're going to go on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And so by design, it's organized in a way so that we're starting on those opportunities furthest away from the classroom. So I just want to make sure that trustees understand that this is what we're looking for is kind of feedback on if these are the right things, which we've already presented, communicating that there are some fairly aggressive timelines, but that, we are positioned to do the work. We've already been planning for it. But what we're doing, we've had a work session last Saturday. We're going to have one tomorrow, pretty much throughout the entire day. And what's going to come out of that are kind of detailed plans regarding what this work is going to look like over the spring semester. So I just want to make sure that's clear, and I did want to also acknowledge that for the reduction on special education contracts, we've already began engaging with Dr. Stetson, and I also want to acknowledge that we're likely to have a consultant or vendor support by way of the master schedule efficiency program as well, and that has directly come through the Gibson audit recommendation, which, if you recall, is one of the partners that we had on board that's already contracted the district to identify efficiencies. So those are the 2 that I would expect to have some additional support. All the others will be done kind of internally with our staff. So just wanted to provide that clarity.
Appreciate that. So since this is a retreat, I guess the big difference between a retreat and a non-retreat is everyone can just speak up whenever you want to. So I'm not facilitating, y'all just talk.
All right, so I'll jump in. I like these. So first, thank you for the presentation and all the work that's been poured into these efforts from everyone. So I attended, Monday's budget community meeting. So again, thank you for all the folks who put that together. And one of the things I wanted to just call out was, I really appreciate, first of all, Katrina, your willingness to answer questions that have been asked multiple times, but for that person, that's the first time that they're asking that question. And so I really did appreciate that. because in my mind, I was like, oh, but we already, but you like engaged. And so I just want to call that out. So thank you so much for doing that. That professional empathy means a lot. Because like I said, for them, that was the first time they're asking. The other thing I wanted to ask before I forget was, so the presentations that we've received, the slide decks, and especially the one that was shared during Monday's virtual meeting, are those somewhere online? Because I went to the AISD website and I looked through the various hyperlinks for budget, and I couldn't find it. I'm not saying it's not there, I just don't know where they're housed.
We will get those uploaded tomorrow.
Okay, great, yeah. And if somebody can like ping me, because I want to like blast that out to
What we can do
folks.
is in the board update, just show you where it's exactly located on our website and
Okay.
provide links.
All right, that'd be great, thank you. A couple of other comments and questions. So for the transportation, the refining the route modeling, is that like, how often does the district do that?
So the district does it all the time, but it's based on existing assumptions.
Okay.
And so the programs drive the kind of movement. The modeling is to improve efficiencies, like left turns, right turns, right? So the programmatic kind of needs of the organization drive the modeling sequence. And so what we're talking about here is, and this came out of the ad hoc committee, this is also things that we've explored is, we have, we are not, transportation sharing is, when you look at the data, we have very few students participating. And so is there something that we can do differently to provide access, but not, kind of allocate the same number of staff or the same number of buses? Magnet transportation, it's also part of our sequence of different things that we provide support for. And so, how does access look like differently? There are some school districts that have a hub model where you have students moving to the high school, and then the high school then transports all students to the magnet school. Right now, we're picking up all the students all across the city. So those are the sorts of things that we want to explore. I'll tell you that even before we got to this point, we ran them through our equity rubric, which we previously presented, and we feel like there's an opportunity to improve that while being mindful of the students who have been historically underserved. So we are always running efficiency models, but it's based on existing programs. So if we change the program, then we can change the modeling. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and so this exercise is really, truly like looking at like, well, what if, and then going through the route modeling.
Correct.
That way, right? Okay.
Correct.
Another thing about transportation was, I think I saw that there were going to be savings because of vacancies, and I want to say that there might be 55. Was it 55?
Correct.
How long were those spots roughly? Because what I'm really trying to get at is, sometimes with hard to fill positions, you're going to have vacancies, but how do you know at what point to say, what, we're not going to fill them? Right.
Yeah.
So help me understand this.
So I shot the trustees a text probably with the first 2 weeks of school, and it was a text that Chris just got promoted. Chris Hafizadeh, our executive director of transportation, shared with Christine and I, and it talked about the fact that it was the first time in 20 years that our transportation and our bus routes were essentially fully staffed. And so, there are vacancies that have been allotted and identified in our budget, and they've been built up over years. What we're saying now is, based on the coverage that we have, we can then now pull these vacancies down. So I'm not anticipating any disruption in services, and we're not removing all of them. There's still some capacity there in case there's additional needs. But one of the things that we have to consider is, if we find efficiencies now with routing, then we'll have additional vacancies. So that will help supplement that difference. So yeah, we're in a really good spot, better than many other school districts in the surrounding kind of area.
And I'd like to add that over time and years, as we look at route modeling throughout the semesters and when programs change, that is what has been so efficient to afford the buildup of some of these positions over the years.
Okay, thank you. a couple of other quick things. So the vendor scorecard, now I think that was in relation, more specifically related to special education contracts. But dude, that got me so excited. I was like, yes, y'all already know procurement's my jam. So, so vendor scorecards, is that something that the administration is already thinking, okay, let's see how it works with this particular set of contracts and then applying that across the system?
So it's not after. We're going to run both in parallel, because special education, because of the value, is one of the 5 that is a focus for us. But if you look at the different cost reduction strategies, it's actually in there within finance to support all divisions, because we want to get to a place where we have kind of uniformity and we're very clear as to what we're asking our vendors to report to us on, and that it's clearly aligned to student outcomes, and that we are dictating how they present it to us, not the vendor sharing with us whatever they think.
Yeah, let me tell you what my grade is.
Yeah,
right.
Which does happen.
I get that. Yeah, no, I'm so excited.
That is some. And I do want to get to a point. This is a dream state of mine, where we have vendors come in and prove to us that they need to keep their contract. And I think we have just gotten to a place as an organization where we don't necessarily have the oversight project manager to contract, and then we don't necessarily have the KPIs in place to track performance, and then we're not getting reviews on a regular basis to make informed decisions. We kind of just roll over contracts. And so hopefully that improves our alignment and gets our students and our families and our staff what they need. But right now, when you look at the number of contracts, and you all have seen the list, there are many, 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 many contracts. Yeah. And it's not always clear, are they aligned? Are they doing what they said? And they're all very expensive.
Right, yeah. That is so exciting. So thank you. And then this last one, I don't know if it's a question necessarily, but I was thinking about the hybrid work. And so I guess I'll start with a general comment. Mm-hmm. As we've seen since 2020, organizations, both public and private, kind of jumping into remote work, despite all the pre-pandemic, pre-COVID, it was like, oh, it's never going to work. It's too hard. You can't supervise people when they work from home. And part of that, even before COVID, for many of us who are in leadership training, it was, you can have a bottom in a seat. Doesn't mean they're actually performing. Doesn't mean they're doing their job well. Doesn't actually make supervision any more effective. It may make it easier because you're physically, you're close in physical proximity. Anyways, all of that to say, one of the things that I'd love to hear, I guess, from the administration is, what is the initial thought process around, okay, we're putting together the plan for hybrid, right? There's going to be some cost savings, and how do we support our people leaders, our supervisors, because supervising folks who work remote, it is a challenge, but so there's a lot of overlap to just in-person supervision.
Yeah, so I'll start it off and I'll hand it off to Brandy Hosick, our Chief of Talent and Strategy. So you're exactly right. We have created a guidebook, and what I think is elegant about the guidebook itself is that it includes the expectations around the employee and expectations around the supervisor. And both are clearly delineated within the document. I've reviewed it, I've provided comments back to Brandy and team. But I think it's also important to note that we treat everybody in Austin ISD is viewed as a professional. We expect them to meet the obligations in the job description, whether they're on-site or not on-site. And it's something that we talk about as a team. Because they're remote or in a hybrid work environment doesn't mean that their job they have any different set of expectations regarding the job. And so we clearly delineate those. The one thing that you said that I want to make sure I respond to is just an acknowledgement that, in central office, because of the decisions that we made to provide compensation support to campuses and really differentiate campus-based staff and central staff, and you'll see our compensation plans kind of begin to evolve in that way. It provides the ability for Austin ISD to perhaps retain staff that might not otherwise have gotten a compensation increase. And so in an environment where we're competing for not only teachers, but custodians and principals, assistant principals, we're also competing for central office staff. And like I said, every single person in this organization supports our campuses, and that includes people in this building. And what we know is whenever resources perhaps go away in central office, it does impact our campuses. We hear it from our principals, and we hear it from our teachers all the time. So we're just trying to be really mindful and balance that. Brandy, anything you want to add? And we can certainly share the guidebook to the trustees in a board update tomorrow.
Absolutely. It was finalized today. Goes out to our supervisors and team tomorrow. Happy to share it with the board. Thank you, Superintendent Segura. Appreciate that. As our superintendent stated, it is there are different sections in there about this is how you supervise in this format. It's going to be, I think, a relearning because nobody knew. We didn't know what we were doing when we were forced into it, certainly the first time. I will also say that we've experienced different points in time where teams, I'll speak for mine, Oscar's finance, when we were, launching ERP and pulling 6 days a week, we had to increase some flexibilities there, and I assure you that the productivity actually increased once people were actually able to sit and focus. I am so easily distracted by everyone that walks by that it truly was a moment to really focus in. I will also say that one of the things that we're super proud of certainly this year and how it's evolved is our Central Office Learning Series, and that's for our leaders. And so if you've come up through the natural ranks of school leadership into Central Office, you've gotten that a lot. You've gotten a lot of leadership training. There's quite a few of our folks that have just I'm going to pick on your team. You got to be the lead accountant because you were a great accountant, right? And it wasn't because you had leadership training, it's because you were really good at your job. And so we owe those folks leadership training as well. And so this will also introduce a new chapter for us to be able to train our leaders on how to manage through this process.
That makes me so happy. I know it's not on the scorecard, but girl, that makes me so happy to hear all of that. Just acknowledging that, right, a lot of us get promoted into a spot because we were really good at the last one. And if you leave us hanging, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be good in the one you put us in, especially when it's leading people. It is not intuitive for some of us. I'll speak for myself anyways. Yeah, thank you so much for all that.
I'm going to hop in here. Awesome. I'm so sad that you went away. I'm glad that you guys are doing the study. I myself would like to figure out why traffic breaks free after Riverside. What special happens there where all the cars disappear and you can actually drive? I told my daughter, I'm going to go to school, become a transportation expert, figure that out. But I'm glad that we're doing that. My kids will tell you, I don't cross my path when I drive around the city. I don't ever cross. If I got to do that, I got to go around. Just a little thing.
No right-hand turns.
Yeah, exactly.
Not three in a row at least.
Yeah, that's how I drive. My mom's like, well, I know you don't want to cross your path, but so here's my thing. I really appreciate that because I think there is efficiency to be found in everything. Nolita hit on a bunch of things that I think are awesome. Austin is number 3 right now. Austin Metro in 2023 we were number 1. We're number 3 right now with 28% working remotely. And I'm glad to see us join the county and the city. And I work remotely, but I do have to go in 2 days because I can really focus for those 2 days I'm in there. I do have some clarifying questions. So how do you reform the PEAMS process?
Yeah, so I can speak to that, and I'm certainly happy to have Oscar come up, our Chief Technology Officer. So PEAMS, and just for everybody's awareness, the PEAMS submission process and the platform that the state uses to support PEAMS is changing as well.
Oh, okay.
But that's kind of separate and apart from what we're talking about. What we're talking about is within Austin ISD, the proper coding of students is not necessarily done with enough fidelity to ensure that we're capturing and getting reimbursed for the costs associated with providing that service. I think, 2, the way that our departments speak to one another, because PEAMS touches everything. I mean, it is everything in our system. And so, some divisions have a deep understanding of the importance of PEEMS and the proper way to record, and that's fantastic, but that's not necessarily true across the board. And then as an organization, we have to understand, where does PEEMS need to exist, and in what support needs to occur around it to ensure that we can actually move the work forward. Like just saying that we're gonna, adjust our process to align with the state's new submission process is gonna be enough, because we've been, that's what it's been over the last many years. So for me, it's like truly thinking about, where does it live, who needs to support it, the information flow between divisions, even the structural support around it position-wise, because right now it is just kind of moved and evolved over the last couple of years. I think it's been in two different locations for sure in the last 3 years. The question I have is, what is the location and what supports are required to support the organization moving forward, and what is one that's going to ensure that we capture and we code our students correctly? That's really a big part of it. I mean, it's.
Can I ask a clarifying question
Yeah.
about that? So you're saying code our students correctly, so we're talking about like on the campuses?
Some
Or like
on
when
campus,
people are,
some also, yeah.
even up in central office a little bit?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so then my next question is, sometimes you
And
gotta
coding-
spend
and
money
coding
to
staff.
make money, right? And so, just from a personal experience, real quick, I went into the school, I was kind of upset about the attendance and like it wasn't marked correctly. When I left the office, I was like trying to give the woman a hug, right? It was just like the pressure that she was under, and the parents who are like, make sure we going to college and you gotta make sure this, that, and the other. I mean, literally, I went into fuss, but like hearing her just talk with me, I was like, is there anything I can ever do for you? I don't know, like, should there be like more than one person to ensure that one load?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know if that's something, because again, that we're spending money, but are we spending money to make money? Like, could we like fix some of those areas because now we have less load on one person? I don't know.
I think that's why the reform is important for me, because I don't know if doing the same thing is going to move the needle that we need, the way that it needs to move. The team has been great, and they listen to me talk about this a lot, but we have to code educators, right? Because we have to code students, we have to code programs, we have to submit, and every time we submit, there's many submissions over the course of the year. Any errors in it creates risk from TEA, but then it also keeps us from capturing funds back because we didn't properly code a student. And there are many examples over the last year where we've identified groups of students that haven't been coded correctly. Doesn't mean they haven't been getting the services. It just means that we haven't been getting reimbursed for them. And so it's an expense without an offsetting revenue component. And so I think for us, we know that it's a sizable number. We don't know exactly what that is, but the team is working through it, and that's why the term reform to me is appropriate, and not just professional development, because it's got to be more than that.
I wasn't honestly aware that it was so far reaching. I really didn't.
Oh, it touches everything.
That's information that's helpful. Portable strategy?
Yeah.
So when we build portable villages, we're renting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what's our strategy?
Well, so I can speak. Christine's going to come up here, but this is one that I've been wanting to kind of move forward for quite some time. So in 2017, Austin ISD had over 600 portables. When you think about the fact that a portable is 2,000 square feet, it's about over 1 million square feet of just square footage that we were operating. So since 2017, we've been able to reduce that by about a third. So we have a little over 400 now. About a third. And we reduced them because whenever we build a new school by way of modernization, we have made a commitment to take the portables offline, right? So that's been a reactive strategy, right? So unless you have a modernization, that portable is going to sit there. And these are portables that we own. These are not portables that we rent to offset or to support a construction project, which is what you're referring to. And we do have those around, but they're not ours. And once a construction project's over, they will go away. But our newest portable, I think, is 26 years old. Many of them get set, and then the ability to move them becomes very costly. If you move a portable from one location to another, you're going to probably exceed $140,000 because a couple things are going to happen. One, it's transportation. Two, it's the site work required to actually place a portable right? The permitting required from the city of Austin, you got to provide the walkways, you have to provide utilities. It is like a little mini building that you're putting in place. And so they end up staying where they are. And we have many schools that are not near 85% capacity or higher that have these portables, and when you have these spaces, they just get filled. And so a couple of years ago, we did a portable audit, and we found that lots of portals were being used for different reasons, but not really all of them were used for reasons aligned to the campus needs. They kind of just, it's like a closet. You got a closet, I'm gonna fill it up. And so what we're proposing here is that because they're old, and because now that we have over 400, you're looking at maybe 780,000, 800,000 square feet, which is about a buoy and a half, or acres and a half worth of square footage that we're operating. I'm not saying that it needs to go all the way down to zero, but we need to be proactive in taking them offline because they're very inefficient. So remember, we operate 13 million square feet. So when you think about from that perspective, it's a 4.5%, 5% reduction in total square footage, which is huge. It'd be the equivalent of taking, like multiple elementary schools offline by square footage. The other thing I'll add is they're very porous. So they're exposed to the elements on all sides, top, bottom, and all the walls. And then two, you remember if you've been in a portable, you see those AC units, they go out all the time. Like they are very, very costly from an operation and maintenance perspective. So it's one of these things where if you don't do it now, in 3 or 4 years, you're still gonna have the expense and nothing will have occurred except these buildings would have gotten older and it would have gotten more costly on a per square foot basis. So it's not something that's gonna move the needle immediately, but remember, it's square footage, it's denominator, it's scale, and so we believe that it's something worth tackling at this point, and we need to put a strategy around it to get it done.
I really like that because you're right. There is like a closet. If you have it, you'll fill it. I taught a class in one year before last at Rodriguez, and Texas Tech I think was in that same room, and I wasn't in that room.
We should never put Texas Tech in a portable. for the record.
We gotta put all their stuff up on the walls. We gotta put our little river bats up on the walls. Okay, that's helpful. I guess my last part that I have here is like I hear the word efficiency a lot, and I'm going through that right now. My whole program, like streamlining. Sometimes efficiency is efficient. I guess I don't know what I want to say about it. It's not always positive, the efficiencies, right? Because you have to be leaner, right? No, when you're getting lean, it's like that means you got to cut something out, cut something off. So I just am wondering when I look at, and we talked a little bit about this, and I think I know where you're going, but I think that maybe other people may not even have a clue. But when we say master schedule efficiency improvement.
Yep.
So like I don't know what it takes to get a master schedule, but I've always seen it from afar going, I never want to do that.
Yeah, so I'll start it and I'll leave it to Brandy. So this is something that was identified by our partner, Gibson Consulting, but it's something that I think we've known to be true, certainly for me as I have spent time in Austin ISD. And what I believe to be true about master schedule is that it's art and science, and that there is a specific skill set required to actually build out master schedules that meet the needs of our students, but also kind of don't overestimate the number of teachers that you need to operate efficiently. And what I mean is we talk about the fact that a master schedule needs to be built around students receiving special education services. It needs to not limit pathways. It needs to consider all these different things. But a lot of times when you place a principal in a new principalship, which we've had to do over the last many years, they're coming in without that experience. And so what we have now is a lot of different strategies used across the district to build master schedules. An example that I'll share with you, and I won't name the school, but about 1.5 years ago, I walked to school. I had a conversation with the principal, and the principal told me that there were vacancies at the campus. And one of the things that we did is we came back and said, okay, how can we help this campus, address these vacancies? And then what we realized when you have brilliant people, like the entire team here, but Brandy at that point was able to provide some input. The master schedule had not been modified once the school year had started to align kind of the reality of the number of students that showed up with the sections in the school. And so that school continued to run very inefficiently, which meant that the principal felt as though there were 6 or 7 vacancies when the school could have been run with only maybe 1 or 2. And so when you think about that, assuming that there are people in those, then that would be an expensive 4 or 5 educators that you don't necessarily need, because the schedules, the way all of it together was just not as efficient as it could be. We don't have controls over it right now. We just don't. I mean, some elementary schools, some middle schools and high schools will have a group of folks at the campus kind of build a master schedule. The assistant principal reviews it and the principal approves it. We don't have a control over it. It gets done kind of locally. And I know Brandy provided some professional development support as requested over the last year, but there is no oversight from the administration at this point. So what we're wanting to do is to really figure out, okay, how are we going to support the development of master schedules? What controls do we want in them? Like, what are those things that we want to protect that align with our values? And then what kind of checks do we want to have in place to ensure that every one of them gets reviewed? That is really what we're striving to do, and we think if we do that, based on the numbers that we've seen, there should be significant reductions in overall budget allocations. So I don't know, Brandy, if you want to add anything to that.
No, it's perfect, sir. Just it's mostly at the secondary level, Trustee Hunter, that it is incredibly easy to build your master schedule around perhaps your most favorite thing. So I'll give you a very general example. My friends have heard me go on about this, but if your favorite thing is, no offense, there's not football coaches hopefully watching me right now, but if your favorite thing is football and you want every single coach getting double blocked athletics, you can make that happen in a master schedule. And what that does is every single time you give that double block, it's one less math class that is being able to be taught, and one less social studies class that's able to be taught, and one less whatever their certifications are. And so it overloads those teachers who are not particularly coaching that sport maybe. And so when we talk to a principal and like, my science classes are overloaded, yes, they are, because we've built these incredible opportunities in different ways on a master schedule that really tied it up in the back end. And once a master schedule is moving, it's very difficult to unpack. Mm-hmm. And so really this is a training piece to make sure that we are doing it with fidelity, because there's a school down the road that probably needs that extra FTE in a legitimate way to, for whatever reason, but it prevents us from spending FTEs in an inefficient manner.
That sounds fantastic. I think it does what we needed to do, which is be efficient and reduce our cost. But I think it also almost takes something off a principal's plate. Not completely, but it gives them training and it helps them get through something that's very big and hard to get your arms around if you don't know. Like I said, I've seen it, never wanted to do it. And so I really appreciate all of these. I really do. Thank you.
I would love to jump in and continue this conversation, because I do think the master schedule conversation is really important, and I would assume, as with something like this, it could be a matter of degree, and that we could go to a real extreme and reduce opportunity and maximize efficiency and narrow options for our students rather than expanding opportunity. Maximizing opportunity, which is what we're trying to do. And we know that we have CTE courses, high-level CTE courses with small number of students, high-level math courses, high-level language courses, kind of that 5th year of a language, for example, 4th year of a language, even a 3rd year of a language in some places, some arts electives, some things that are really important to a lot of our families, that it would be easy to just say we're going to maximize and eliminate all those things. So I'd love to know a little bit more about the decision-making, and you mentioned protecting our values and how we're getting something efficient and thoughtful out of it without going scorched earth.
Yes, ma'am.
It could be done.
I actually answered this question in a manner of ways for the ad hoc last night. They asked this question because, we want to offer our students every opportunity, independent of the zip code that you live in. And we need to honor those choices and those interests for our students. And for us to really be able to do that, we need to be able to think outside of brick and mortar, and we need to be able to think outside of just what we experience as a traditional classroom in a traditional setting. And so that requires some bravery for us to do that, but it can be done. 5 years ago, we were not sharing fine arts teachers across campuses. Like if your class didn't make, then you just didn't have that program. And right now we're sharing a 0.5 choir teacher here and a 0.5 here so that every single kid on both those campuses receives that course and gets that experience. There are opportunities for us to take some of our higher level courses, for example, that end up being singletons on a master schedule and really lock up a master schedule, that we can do this in a virtual manner across multiple campuses and really just maximize on one teacher being able to do this. We don't have to drive across town. We have the technology to support this. And so it really, it's not that novel, but it is an adventure in K-12. And so we just have to be able to be brave about it and maximize and be smart and be efficient, but not at the cost of student choice. So that is part of our values, that irrespective of where you live in this city, you should have the same opportunities afforded to you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And Trustee Boswell, I think your question is an important one, and I think that's why today we wanted to share with you the progression of the work, and there is no scorched earth or no status quo. It's something in between. But for me, it's process, right? It's convening the people who need to be part of the process, making sure that everybody understands the commitment to do the work and be brave. Because if we're not brave, then on the other side of the ledger, we just saw the 27 million. There are going to be things that we want to stay further away from. And so I want to make sure our trustees, and that's exactly what this is for, right? The work session is to say, hey, we're going to create a steering committee. We're going to get an advisory committee going. We're going to bring people in. We talked about Education Austin, the consultation. There's a lot of people that are going to come in, but we have to kind of drive a process. And at the end, my hope is there's consensus, aligns with our values, and then we can implement. I think even having the conversation really will improve some of the efficiencies across the system, honestly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know, like you said, principals come with all different experience. And we have principals who are wizards at master scheduling or at using Title I money, or we have principals who are real wizards at doing one or multiple of these things. So I appreciate the professional development, the focus on what can be in service of the most opportunity we can give and the most efficient budget we can have. So thank you and balancing.
And I never like to do this, but I want to do one last thing. I did mention a consultant that may be helping us a lot with this, and they're going to do exactly what you just said. It's like you can model very quickly, at scale, because they have all the schedules loaded. If you did this, then what is the impact? If you did this, then what is the impact? And I think with that type of modeling, we can quickly understand at what point do you begin to encroach on things that really are aligned with our values. And so I think it's important that we don't have the capacity to do it at that scale. But they do, and it's not a large contract, and it is someone who was brought to us that has done experience elsewhere in the state and is known to Gibson Consulting Group.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I think that's it for me about the master schedule. I do want to just name, when we're talking about the cuts we made in this year's budget, the cuts we're looking at right now, we're talking about more than 5% of our budget on the way to cutting more than 10% of our budget. Our operating budget, and I think it's just really important to name that for our community, that these are not small cuts, and it's not a system that had a lot of fluff to cut.
Yeah.
And we have already done a really heavy, impressive lift. We made that promise to our community. Our community showed up with Proposition A, and we are doing really hard and big work with a lot more to come. And I just think in the midst of this, it's important to really name that. So thank you to everyone who's been part of this and has been so thoughtful about it. Thank you a lot for that. And then I have one more question, which is about our transportation. And as we look at how we navigate that, especially with transportation that we're offering to the Ann Richards School or to some of our magnet programs, I would love to know, kind of as it rolls out, what our plan is. We start to talk about reducing some of those routes, or kind of differentiating access, how we're going to communicate really clearly to the families who need it most, who can't access those opportunities without that transportation, that will be there for them somehow. So I would really just love to know how, because we know rumor gets out there, someone says, well, they don't have buses for that anymore, so I'm not even going to apply. How are we mitigating that? Because I'm already getting calls, texts, rumors about it. It's one of the hot topics.
Well, thank you for that. And Allie, I know she can come up and I can kind of speak to some of the efforts that we're working with right now. We're really going to start about doing some phone banking, specifically with the families that could be affected, right? So Ally, I'll let you kind of speak to that, and then I'll jump into the next part of what that plan would look like.
Yeah, so just for in the immediate, we are going to be having an explainer just around, I mean, we've been covering the budget, ad hoc budget committee. So we've touched on all of these key items, the PEMS, the master schedule. Like, you know, folks may not know exactly what those mean. We've touched on them with like brief explanations in our newsletters in the past. We're going to do more of a in-depth explainer next week so folks understand, because we're also hearing misconceptions about master scheduling, and does that have to do with our planning periods? So we want to make sure that we're clearing all of that up before we go into break. And then, as Christine was saying, we have a plan to do phone banking with families, not only with families. We've already disaggregated the data to go through the equity rubric, and so we know which of our families that are attending magnets are relying on our transportation, of those which are economically disadvantaged, so we can disaggregate that way. Your team's already provided us with the contact list for that, and then we've also gotten the contact list from our enrollment team to look at who has applied in Enroll Austin so far for a magnet program, so that we can reach out to those families and ask questions like, you know, how big of a factor was transportation in your decision to think that this was a top choice for your child? You know, if we were to move to a model like such as this or that, is that going to be, you know, make it prohibitive for you to make this choice, or could that be something that could work for your family? Or what could we do to provide something that still would work for y'all, but that maybe isn't exactly what you have now? So having those conversations with our families, and then using that feedback to help inform kind of what ideas she might explore with her team to model.
Which could be, you know, very much like a hub model, right? And exploring what that hub model might look like. And we're not the first district that has magnet programs or other type of academies that require transportation. Dallas ISD, I mean, multiple large urbans. So we have been calling districts, looking at best practices, what works, what doesn't, and then doing some preliminary route modeling with the data that we know. We know that we have at least some intention forms as well from those kiddos that may be in 5th grade now and maybe want to go to 6th grade. So that's something that we are working together with Ally and her team to really talk to the families to make sure that we understand what the needs are.
Thank you both very much. And I said it was my last question. I have one other super quick one, which is attendance and enrollment. We know are a piece of this puzzle, not your top 5 that you've shared with us. Ms. Montgomery, I heard you on the radio talking about attendance and 1%.
Radio?
$4.3 million.
Christine told me she heard me. I don't know how that happened.
You were excellent. I heard you too. But where are we going to talk about that as part of this process?
So yes, part of that is going to be in PEMS. So when we look at enrollment versus ADA versus membership, all of that is going to be under the PEMS reform.
And attendance as well?
Attendance as well,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. Thanks. And you were very good on the radio.
I'll jump in. I so appreciate the thoughtfulness. One thing that's probably going to create a stir is the one bullet that was like campus, you know, cuts for, you know, next year. And so, like, I think, and you already know this, but the sooner we start those conversations, the better. You know, if we're going to have tough decisions to make for that following year, I would love to hear from the community. Not just things like, hey, don't cut this, but it's like, don't cut this, but we could live with this other thing if you want to cut it. Like, I need to hear the alternatives, not just no's. And so, like, for example, what would be worse? Would it be worse to reduce planning periods, or would it be worse to, you know, consolidate some campuses? You know, like, that's the kind of comparison that I really hope we elicit from the community, because eventually we are going to have to face questions like that. We can't avoid it. So if there is some space that the administration might, I'm curious to know if there's some space that the administration is going to create to start having these kinds of, like, just conversations that elicit ideas and, like, ranking things, and, you know, but not just like cold, you know, like, people need to be educated and really deeply understand the nuance. So, like, even if we were to cut planning periods, how would we do it? Would it be for everybody? Would it be for certain campuses, certain class? You know, like there's just so much, and I know that's going to take so much time and energy. And even the thing about consolidations, I've probably had, I've had like 4 people come to me in the last 6 months. And these are new people. Before there was like 2, and now there's like 4 more that have come to me kind of like, hey, what's the deal with that? We wouldn't mind seeing some campus consolidations. And it's oftentimes people from those communities. And so, like, I'm wondering if there's a way that we can think about starting that conversation. I know it's super tricky, super political. I don't want to open a can of worms. But I do think a good starting point might be to just have tours of some of our new campuses so people can see, like, what's possible. I'm not advocating for anything. I'm just advocating for the conversation, to create space for such a conversation. And I don't know if other trustees, how y'all feel about it, but I feel like, if it comes down to like cutting planning periods and consolidating campuses, like I don't know what our community wants. Like, people are gonna have to tell us.
So I have some thoughts. Can I share those, Superintendent? I don't know. I'm trying to remember, like, okay, at what meeting or at what point was this said? But there was a conversation about, looking at a particular strategy, let's say a reduction. And then looking at that strategy or looking at that idea not as a zero sum, like we either do it or we don't, right? We're going to cut your leg off. It's the way it is. It's like, well, maybe you need like a more precise surgery, right? Not an amputation. And so for what it's worth, 2 cents is that in having conversations about some of those harder strategies, maybe it's not framing it as, well, would you like your foot cut off or would you like your hand cut off, right? Which one can you live without? But really more about like, okay, if we're looking at a particular reduction, what are some ways that we can, play is not the right word, but like almost like you have a toggle switch, right? So, or some sort of slide, right? And you say, okay, well, if we cut this deep or if we don't, right? And I know we've had those conversations, but I think helping stakeholders and community members and schools think about it in those terms, because from personal experience, this was back in 2019, one of the things that was said to at least our community was, well, if we don't close your school, which school would you like us to close? And that's obviously not something that I think that this team of 10 would ever do. I'm just saying, help me out here, Superintendent, because my understanding was with those harder decisions, it was really looking at what are some of the adjustments that can be made within that particular strategy, and maybe not necessarily thinking about it in terms of, it's either A or B.
Yeah, so I've got lots of thoughts on this, and I will tell you that the way that we get here has to be kind of hyper thoughtful, and we were intentional and we wanted to keep campus reductions on the right-hand side of the ledger and at the way bottom, because I want to communicate both verbally and also through graphic that's the last thing that we're going to be evaluating. I think the challenge that I run into, President Singh and Trustee Lugo, is that I've observed over the last 3 months going through this process and in my previous role and just ever since I got here, that introducing something too soon without exploring everything else introduces significant risk to the overall process. And yet, yes, I think that the administration can create space to have kind of an exploratory conversation, but then how, I know based on what I received from the ad hoc committee, based on conversations I've had with Ed Austin and other stakeholders, that if I have that conversation before I do everything I possibly can on master schedule and everything I possibly can on PEEMS and everything I possibly can on every other efficiency, then the process will have failed, essentially. And so I'm in a difficult spot here because I'm trying to thread multiple needles and create a process that, you know, doesn't compromise our values, but also acknowledges that if we don't find the 20 or 25 or 30, then we have to go down this other path. So, and to specific to your question, Trustee Lugo, yes, that's exactly how we envisioned this process would go. And we've actually demonstrated that we can do that. I mean, just even looking at the transportation solutions that we've been exploring. I will tell you, in the first run, back when we created the ad hoc committee, there were some things that we brought forward, and we actually began to explore how you might apply them using kind of the band 1, band 2, band 3, and band 4 kind of methodology, as well as the equity rubric. But even having that line item be evaluated, period, was a non-starter until these other things were explored. And so really looking for guidance here, because I feel like if I go too quickly on one, then I'm going to compromise the ability to even work through the first couple, all while the legislature is kind of operating in the background behind us. So yes, Trustee Lugo, that's exactly how we're going to do it. And we're doing that now already, even with the little tasks, not the little tasks, but the items that we have already. But to Trustee Boswell's point, you know, scorched earth master schedule is probably going to yield, you know, a pretty significant number. It's an 8-digit number, and it's probably a decent 8-digit number. If you go not scorched earth, I hate to use that word, but someone else said it. I'm just giving you a hard time.
That's one of the options.
Yeah. More status quo, then maybe it's only, you know, $4 or $5 million. And I think that toggle back and forth is really, you know, what we're talking about here, because if I am closer to status quo, then I need to move up to conversations that President Singh is referring to. So I don't have a final recommendation. I think yes to all of it, and yes to what we're doing and how we're applying it. I never want to put a community in a position where they have to give the administration an alternative recommendation that says, close this school, not mine. Like, that's not what we're going to do. But I do think, you know, at some point, no one, hopefully everybody's asleep right now, like that. But like any item that we've talked about, like we've talked about, you know, even like the initial list that we used to talk about Prop A, like that list kind of grew arms and legs and kind of began to run. But any one of those items, I'm not going to speak to it, like the list, but that was not the list, because that hasn't been used at all, right, in this process to date. But those are the sorts of things that we'd have to explore, and then the question becomes, you know, can we create a space for that community to tell us which one of those, and if applied equitably, using an equitable lens, I should say, is palatable or not. I have to think through how we actually do that, because it's tough. Like, it is really, really hard with everything else going on.
Can I? I mean, I don't have an answer.
You want to offer something? Help me get.
Yeah, I do want to offer you something, because Noelita, we were there in 2019 together. Both of our schools were there, and I was the crazy parent that said, close my school, right? Because if it was between Maplewood and Campbell, who could absorb the hit better? Maplewood could absorb it, because we all got cars, most of us, we can drive a little bit further. But for those Campbell parents who live across the street in Mount Carmel, it would have been a harder lift for them to move to us. So the one thing I do want you to do is listen to communities, right? Not, don't close my school, close their school, but hey, we think it'd be a good idea if our schools merged, right? Because it can come, like, I just have to say Norman Sims. That was not, it didn't start out the best way, but boy, has it ended up a beautiful thing. So I'm just saying, listen to the community, and not 3 people, right? You know what I'm saying? There's always 3 people that want to merge with somebody else. We're not talking about that. But as Granny Ray would say, David's gone, but as Granny Ray would say, in as much as in you is, right? Listen to the communities that are saying, Because that's something you don't have to do. Like, that's not a community you're doing, that's being done to. That's a community that's raising their hand and saying, we too think that we are really aligned, and we think that we would be a good match. Because if that's out there, that's less we have to do. It's less harm done, right? I don't know what the financial, the building, that's y'all job. But I'm just saying, if there's somebody out there saying that, let's listen.
Understood. I think one thing, you referenced Norman Sims, and I think it's important that we talk about. You referenced Norman Sims, and I think that's an important, I would even say case study, right? That we experience here in Austin IC, because there were also other consolidations that occurred that didn't have that. And what I learned through that process was you never want to create a scenario in which a student is being placed in a less than when compared environment. And from that perspective, it was building, right? One building was new, one building was old. And from a facilities perspective, you can make the argument this building would, support, and you got the communities to design together and plan together and it was successful. That wasn't the case for Brooke. Brooke got split. Some students went to Go Valley, which is a newer school. Others went to Linder, but it was only under the hope that a future bond would build Linder. Now, luckily, we have Linder, and it's being built, and it's going to be an incredible school, and it's grown. It's like 600 kids now. It's awesome. But I think what your point is well taken, that whenever we have that discussion, if we have to have it, I want to make sure that I can clearly communicate this is what we've observed to be the model for a successful kind of merger, and it usually kind of has these ingredients, and then let the conversation take place. I just don't necessarily feel comfortable at this point kind of getting into the middle just yet. But I think that's an important point, and that's why I think Linder and Go Valley Linder and Brooke wasn't necessarily a good initial consolidation merger.
I hear you. Thank you.
And then Met Sanchez. Don't forget about that one. You're stressing me out right now.
I think this is super helpful. 'Cause I can say here, I can really see the budget committee's work and how you really took that and made it, okay, we had a group of very outspoken, very knowledgeable folks, and you were able to listen to them and say, okay, what do you like and what do you not like? And so at the top, we have, and I see the way this is ordered. We have hybrid work, like a hybrid work policy. That was not, people are like, they're great with that. And so kind of going down the list, and some of these, can be much bigger, especially as we get into, so property, that's before touching our campuses. That is something that that could be all over the map. Mm-hmm. So I completely understand what you're saying is, let's not talk about every single thing because the numbers will change. How far down the list are we going?
Correct.
So I get it, and that is from that community feedback and being so responsive and listening well. So I'm pulling up slide 10. I'm like, this is, I get it. I think, from getting to see those committee meetings, and I know it was tough work. And I think you did a really good job communicating, listening, and we had a wonderful committee of people. And there are people who tell you what they think, and so we know. So thank you. Yeah.
I don't know how y'all put up with us, honestly.
I love my job.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. All right, well, I appreciate it, and we will, to be continued, I suppose, and let's hope the legislature is kind to us. Yeah. So, that's right. So, Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Quintana to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. We are adjourned at 10:47 p.m. Thank you, and see you next Thursday. Bye, yeah, bye, David.
My name is Philip Taylor, and I'm the Director of Fine Arts for Austin ISD. We held the annual Marching Band Jamboree, and this year was the 50th anniversary of the Marching Band Jamboree. The Marching Band Jamboree started with John Pearson, the first instrumental music coordinator for the school district, in which he got all of the high school marching bands to come and just showcase their fall show for competition, as well as invite parents and other school districts to come and observe the marching band students. This was held at the Burger Stadium in South Austin for Austin ISD. Marching band starts in the summer, well before school starts. So our teachers and students at the high school level in our band programs come back early, and they're working out with conditioning, with music and marching, color guard, and dance. And so our teachers and students are working very hard over the summer to prepare for football games and marching band competition. And oftentimes they don't get to celebrate because at the football games, the football team is the highlight of the event. And so we want to create an event that allows for our students and our teachers and our programs to shine on that football field each fall. And that's how the Marching Band Jamboree was created. We also use it as an
Good morning, good morning. Guess what's happening right now?
I have no idea.
You are our Teacher of the Year finalists.
I feel seen by the district at large and my peers. I just had people in here celebrating me. I feel, yeah, it feels a little surreal.
We're very excited because guess what? I didn't hear you. Guess what? There you go. You have a Teacher of the Year finalist here at Burnett Middle School. It's your very own history teacher, Jose Sanchez. Let's go!
I especially like working at this specific school. A person a lot smarter than me once said, it's not about what you teach, it's about how you make them feel. And I try to remember that every day that I come in, and it's about trying to make those connections with my students.
You are one of our Teacher of the Year finalists.
Every day is different, and every day is interesting and a challenge, and I'm always put to the test and trying something new, and I have a great team of people that work with me.
What is happening?
What's happening is that you're one of our Teacher of the Year finalists. That's what's happening. So
I'm feeling super excited as a product of this district to be Teacher of the Year in this district. Just is a very surreal feeling, and I couldn't be more excited.
but thou art strong. Thou art strong. Jesus, keep me from all wrong. From all wrong. I'll be satisfied as long. Just as long as I walk. Let me walk close to thee. Just a closer walk with 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 thee. Grant, Jesus, is my plea. Just a closer walk with thee. Daily walking close to thee. Oh Lord, let it be. Let it be, dear Lord. Let it be. Just a closer walk with me. Who made the mountain? Who made the tree? Who made the river flow to the sea? And who hung the moon in the starry sky? Somebody bigger than you and I. Who makes the flowers bloom in the spring? Who writes the song for the robin to sing? And who sends the rain when the earth is dry? Somebody bigger than you and I. He lights the way when the road is long, keeps you company, with love to guide you. He walks beside you, just like he walks with me. When I am weary, filled with despair, who gives me courage to go on from there? And who gives me faith that will never die? Somebody bigger than you